The end result, however, is just kill them all.
I agree for you.
Exactly.
For once.
Yes. Well, I mean, you've got that bow that does bane, extra damage against, animals now. So the bag of colding's looking a little empty.
You could be
So maybe
the elvish version
something
of
trip.
Buffalo Bill. Not the, serial killer one, but the one who killed all the buffalo.
Yeah.
Why not
You
both?
can generate
He's already that
food.
one.
It's the A deck in the basket.
Yep. Volred could single-handedly ruin the entire meat market for a small town. Although, surprisingly, deer does not have as much meat on it for the size of the animal that you would think.
You're giving me ideas.
I mean, you've already
save it for
stopped
next
religion in one
Hey
city.
guys, speaking of this campaign, we're playing it. It's going on right now.
What?
Hey guys, welcome
Wednesday.
to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons.
Ooh. Hey, it's Wednesday.
Tuesday on Wednesday.
It's
Black
a
Tower
Wednesday, though.
Stories. Yes. Oh, you're right. It is Wednesday, but we have an honorary Tuesday this week because we figured it would be better to give people more time to handle travel and other stuff like that before we play. So, this week, Black Tower Stories, Adventures in Athoria, we have Chapter 104, where we are continuing on. When last we met off with the Silver Knights of the Mythal, you guys were spending time in the Valley of the Fates, where Eckert of Osric, also known as Elden Voss, Kaelum's adoptive father, resides. You guys spent a little time kind of investigating a little bit more. Some of you guys were kind of noticing that the wellspring that you guys had come from before had some fey powers and might be connected to the realm of autumn. Kaelum was asking around some, getting some answers to some questions about some of the weird power he seems to possess, and was essentially given a piece of an amulet and told to head off towards the northern part of the valley and enter like a piece of mountain ruin that he has, for this extent in his life, been forbidden to go near. And auspiciously, we ended with Caleb deciding that he's going to go off on his own and see what's going on there. So, just making sure, was there any other housekeeping items we needed to get to before we just started?
No.
Okay.
See Caleb kill himself. I mean...
Well, you won't see that.
Not the first time.
Because,
I'll see it.
Caleb is off by himself.
Izal won't see it. Izal will see the dead body.
Let's just hope that he doesn't do a ritual, because Lord only knows how that will go. Okay, so, Caleb. After going back and forth with determining what to do about this amulet and piece of information you've been given, after speaking with your father, you decided to go ahead and brave it out and head towards the northern section of the valley, towards a series of ruins that are kind of carved out of the rock face of the cliffs there. A place you have visited and or seen a couple times. As far as you're aware, your father has expressly forbid you to go near. And he himself, other than once or twice that maybe you recall, has largely avoided himself. Nonetheless, you stand before this large kind of unassuming carved doorway in the rock, with this kind of ornate stone door with these kind of arcane glyphs that kind of make up the area, almost kind of like a circuitry that seem to go and wash around the post and lintel that have been carved for the doorway, and then spiraling kind of outward from the entrance here. There is nothing beyond that to distinguish what this place is or what is contained inside. The only thing your father has told you is that there's a bit of a hallway, and then there's a book you're supposed to find.
And you said I don't see a hallway, or I'm stepping up to it?
Well, you're stepping up to the door,
Okay.
a large kind of stone door. Just kind of giving you an idea of what it looks like. It's very unassuming.
Okay.
In that case.
Is the door... I'm going to try and open the door and see if it's locked.
Well, as you go and just kind of push against the stone edifice of the door, it is unyielding. And tapping it gives you that light tap to let you know this is pretty thick stone.
Do I see an indent that I can put the amulet up to?
You don't. You do, however, see a section near the center of the door where it looks like is a center disc from which all of these sort of arcane geometry spirals out of.
All right, I'm going to try to inspect that and see if there's something I have to do with that I'm able to determine.
Just looking, the disc appears to be integral to the door, so everything's been kind of carved out in shallow relief. The stone is the same as made from the door, and there are no other kind of runes or any sort of instructions or things. It's just a flat kind of disc shaped area.
I'm going to place my palm on it and see if it does anything.
The placing the palm within the center disc does nothing.
Now I'm going to do the amulet.
Okay. As you pull the amulet and it kind of comes close, you can feel the amulet start to vibrate as it gets closer to the door. Upon placing the amulet on the door, you see spiraling out from that area, you feel like power being drained from you, passing into the amulet, and some of the little arcane traceries, the circuitry, starts to glow faintly, and then the door starts sliding upwards, sending, plumes of dust and dirt kind of scrambling around, leading you to believe that this place has not been opened in a long time. Reinforced by kind of the stale air that seems to slowly waft out as you kind of stare off into the darkness.
Okay. And what do I see once the door...
Yeah, I guess you have dark vision, so you can see immediately in front of you this kind of this wide chamber with kind of columns along it that stretches out through an archway into a much larger room, you're guessing. You can't see beyond that room, but you can tell there is some sort of large object that seems to dominate the center of that far room.
Even with dark vision, I only see in black and white, correct?
Yeah, something of that nature. Like, you won't be able to discern color, but you can get a general sense of the geometry of the room.
Alright, then I will cast dancing lights to try and get a better view of the room and what the actual architecture looks like.
Okay. You kind of are you still staying outside, or are you entering?
I'm going in. I'm going in.
So you cast the dancing lights, and as you kind of pierce through, you start to hear kind of a low hum, and sconces filled with mage shards start slowly glowing to life, kind of like those halogen lights where they start off kind of dim, and as they warm up, they get kind of brighter a little bit. Casting everything in this kind of blue-tinged, almost fluorescent kind of glow, and you can kind of watch as throughout this hallway and the room beyond, more of these lights start to trickle on. And you can see this entry hallway is fairly nondescript, but you can tell the large object in the room beyond is this kind of octagonal pedestal upon which sits a very tall statue. Through the archway, you can only see the bottom of the statue, kind of from the waist down, but appears to be perhaps humanoid in nature.
All right, I'm going to continue going forward, and I'm just going to dissipate the dancing lights since I didn't need them.
Okay. You pass into this central chamber, which itself is octagonal, fairly large in size, with several doorways kind of heading off into other rooms. The statue that sits in the center, as you look, appears to be a human male wearing flowing wizard robes. He's got a book in one hand and a staff raised in the other. The staff itself is kind of glowing with this light, and the entire ceiling of this room looks like the inside of a crystal geode. Large, like, mage stones that have just kind of grown into the place of varying colors that kind of shatter prismatic light and filling the chamber. Still simple, but it's almost kind of like glass structure. Yeah, I'm gesticulating. But fairly large in this area. Off to, in the front section, you see a piece of a pedestal that's been kind of built into the altar, and upon which you see a rather large leather tome covered in dust.
I'm going to head up to the book after admiring the architecture and how beautiful this looks.
Okay. So, after giving a little bit of time to get the dust off, what you see here appears to be kind of a ledger with a series of names and demographic information and some notes scrawled off to the side. From what you can tell, it appears to be like a guest's logbook.
The book is actually a guest logbook that
That's what it seems to
people
be.
who have come to visit this area.
It would seem so.
And what names do I see recently described?
Nothing recent. Most just kind of flicking through, most of the ink here has long since faded. The last entry and the most clear, you see the name Eckerd of Osric, and some other informations, and just kind of in the notes you can see kind of scrawled in there, meeting with the master. And Eckerd's entry by far is the newest. It's clearly the only one legible.
How long ago?
It's hard to say, but you've done a lot of
Okay,
reading.
so there's not a date, it's just a name.
Right, it's just a name.
Okay.
But you've read a lot of books. Based on the amount of fading, you're guessing this entry is several decades old. Clearly older than you.
Okay. I'll put down my information as well.
Okay.
And
Miraculously, the quill and ink actually still function. And as you kind of go through, the ink kind of rapidly dries as it kind of enters the page. And then as you kind of finish, what do you put in as the notation for why you're there?
discovery.
Okay. As you kind of finish and then, end that sentence, you feel that kind of rumbling that you felt earlier, that vibration start to lift a little bit more. And it looks as though like large amounts of like dust and such that have been settled on the place kind of start to dislodge and come down. Though it seems like as the dust falls, it almost kind of goes transparent or invisible. as if slowly disintegrating into nothing, and you can kind of watch slowly as this weird place starts to almost kind of de-age in a sense. Caleb left on super fast. Oh, I'm gonna have to start reading that. That's funny. But yes, so as that happens, the hum kind of continues and then kind of starts to slow down a little bit as the place, slowly mute. As the place slowly kind of comes back up a little bit to standard.
So, does it go up to as though that it was freshly built, or how much does it de-age?
No, it looks like it's more like a cleaning spell that just gets like a lot of the dirt and dust around. The place still has its age, and that continues on. You can see like some cracks and some kind of the faux pillars and stuff that have been put in. So the place is still very old. It's just now it looks cleaner
Maintained?
and more livable. Yes.
Okay. In this book, is there anything else to this book, or is it just a logbook of people?
It just appears to be a logbook of people.
And then what else do I see in the room?
Okay. There's nothing else that you see really in the room, but as mentioned previously, there are 3 other doorways, kind of archways that lead out here. Immediate opposite of you on the other side, you see an entry into a room that you're guessing is a chapel, as you can see like rows of benches that all seem to kind of face one direction. And then kind of off to your left, you can kind of look over there and you see what looks perhaps like a mess hall or a kitchen, as it looks like some work is, cleaning in there. The cooking hearth is kind of roared to life. And then kind of off to the side, you see several tables and kind of some bookshelves around the hall, or lining the wall, so to speak. It's crazy when like you misspeak, but instead of saying something relevant, you say something that rhymes.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. But yes, you look kind of off to your right and you see some kind of study or small library.
I will head towards the study.
Okay. So you head off into the study. There are rows, or there's some bookshelves that line the wall. Couple kind of tables there devoid of books. You see up on one side of the wall kind of this large kind of framed map of something that from this distance looks vaguely perhaps like a map of Athoria in the archipelago. And then kind of on the far side of the room, you see a single stone podium with a book laid out on it. All the books, however, you notice are kind of bound in chains and then linked to the bookshelves themselves to make sure they don't wander off.
Gotcha. Just glancing through, as I'm going through, are there any books that I might recognize going towards the podium?
Just kind of glancing spines, no, though all of these books appear quite old. And a lot of them are pretty hefty tomes.
Gotcha.
And just kind of taking a look, you see some in like old writing. Most of these books look to have been gilded, and so a lot of time and effort has kind of been put into them. And quite a few of them are in languages or dialects that you don't understand.
Gotcha. And you said they're chained to the bookshelf, so I can't just look at them. I would have to...
Well, you can pull them off the bookshelf and look at them, but you can't but you can't just kind of take them away.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so you could do a quick survey, but you wouldn't be able
Gotcha.
to remove the book from its immediate resting place without permission.
Okay. I'll go to the book that's on the podium and see what that book is.
Okay. So the book on the podium, as you kind of go through, is kind of this somewhat elaborate, hastily scrawled Enchiridion. That as you're kind of flipping through, a lot of it is written in some kind of code, like a mixture of common, some in some hidden, indecipherable language, perhaps unique to the person who wrote it. There are numerous diagrams that detail some fairly complicated magical procedures. Some very, you can see makings of individual like pieces of spells. Numerous notes there. You can sprawl some other stuff that looks like magic that you didn't even know existed. But lots of interesting insights there. And as you're kind of flipping back towards the front, you see in a kind of elegant script, kind of hand-drawn in there, volume 482, Workbook of Elric.
Interesting. Volume 482.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to glance around. Which of these shelves have the rest of his books?
You look kind of off to the side and kind of taking a quick look. You can find one shelf that seems to hold a number of other volumes of various sizes that seem to be other entries into this workbook. And as you're kind of taking more sight, you can spot other stuff. Roll me an Arcana check right quick as you kind of peruse just to see what all you're able to glean. Plus D4. You rolled a fucking natural 20 on that.
35.
Okay. So, kind of primed with this information, you start flipping through. You're actually quite stunned. Included in this volume, this appears to be the notes of the long-lost sage Elric, well known, especially among the followers of Athoria, the god of magic. And in here, you see entries for dozens, if not hundreds, of new spells never before seen. You see plans for the creation of magic items, mythals, and just a large collection of magical lore, the likes of which not really seen anywhere else. As you're kind of flipping through this, a voice pops up behind you. Excuse me, what are you doing?
Kaelum, not thinking that anybody sentient was here, and perusing books, immediately just jumps. What the fuck?
And the figure, human individual, this kind of long dark blue robe, has this kind of vague kind of silver outline around here that kind of sets him apart from the background. That outline tends to kind of become a little bit more of a halo as it gets near his head. Kind of looks over and goes, "You're startled? Imagine how startled I was to find that someone has trespassed into my home."
Your home?
Yes, this is my sanctum.
So you are Elric?
You can squint go. Yes.
That
Well, damn, I suppose I should have thought that through a little bit more, because now that you know, I suppose I'll just have to kill you. Sucks, too, because it takes so much time to get blood out of these floors. Alright, well, put the book down and step away. That way I don't get your blood all over my volumes. It's been quite a lot of time cataloging them.
then I'll take another step towards the volumes to prevent him from.
See, now
killing.
you're just being rude.
See, to prevent blood from getting on your books, that might give you hesitation on killing.
Yes, though on the other hand, I could just destroy you other ways.
That is true, but I'm hoping to have a conversation first.
Well, you should at least start with who you are and why you're here.
Yes, that would have been my first thing if my heart wouldn't have literally tried to jump out of my chest. I am sorry for the rudeness. My name is Kaelum.
Are you
Nice
using
to meet you.
literally, or literally figuratively?
Figurative.
So you should have just said figuratively. But, very well.
But yes, my name is Kaelum. Nice to meet you. Hopefully, you rethink this killing me situation.
See, Elric kind of paused for a second, thinking. Caleb. I know that name. I don't know why I know that name, but it seems familiar. How did you get in here?
I will take the amulet out of my pocket. My father told me to come here in search of answers.
Right. Caleb. Yes. You're Eckerd's boy, right?
That is correct. Adopted, but yes.
He kind of looks you up and down, almost like he's disgusted and you're something that he just kind of took off of his boot. Very well. I suppose I did tell him that should the day arise, I would allow you entry. But moving forward, if I'm going to answer some questions for you, you're going to have to agree to the same rules he did. Firstly, this is my private dwelling, and you will not return here without my permission. You can keep the amulet, as it will allow you in, but, well, let's just say I won't take it kindly if you enter forcibly in the future.
I appreciate that. And as I'm saying it, I will then step away from the bookshelf and put the book back on the pedestal as a show of good faith.
Very well. Now that that's done, I suppose we should have some tea, or you should have some tea. Well, do you like tea?
Yes, I do.
Very well. I shall have the kitchen make you some tea. Let's keep this short. I have other planes of existence to be on, so we'll get you your information and you can leave post-haste.
All right.
And he kind of turns around and starts leading you back towards that kitchen area. The kitchen at this point is kind of mostly clean, and you can kind of sit down on a table opposite of him. So like an invisible servant kind of comes and drops you in, some stuff, and you can start drinking. The figure Elric, kind of the chair scoots out, and he kind of goes and sits in it. But I suppose we should have a conversation. I suppose if you're being sent here, you have some questions. New powers growing in, strange feelings, hair in new places, that sort of thing.
Some of those are accurate, yes.
Well-
Mostly, I'm curious as to my affinity towards the gods, which seems very odd.
Well, yes, it is certainly uncommon, but I suppose hopefully I'll have to answer some of that for you. Well, I'm not really sure what all your father has told you. So I suppose to put things in context, I will have to ask what you know of me.
Not as much as I would like. I know of you. I
Has
No, you-
Echoed at least taught you the principles?
DM, what principles would that be?
The 5 principles.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Good. Well, he's done that at least. Well, I suppose the simplest way to say this is part of what makes me so legendary, I suppose, in the history of magic, is I was called a child of mana. Have you heard this term before?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you know of the children of mana?
I know they have quite a bit more access to different types of magic and how to use them. And magic comes to their command a lot easier than others.
Indeed. That's a bit of an elementary description, but it works for our purposes. The easiest way to say it is that a child of mana is one that is born with a unique affinity for mana. Or more specifically, they can access parts of the rivers of mana that normal casters can't. Traditionally, casters are broken into different groups based on the origin of their magic. As magic enters this world, it passes through, an opening, a rift, so to speak. That feeds into the rivers of mana, which I believe contemporarily are called the ley lines. That energy is then taken up by the earth, tempered, and diffused. And as it is diffused, it is woven into the weave. Druids can access the magic that comes out from nature. Wizards act by manipulating the weave that has been taken out. And sorcerers are those who derive their power from magic that they themselves have picked up. In that sense, they sort of act like a stand-in for nature where magic flows into them. They, in turn, temper that magic and can flow it outwards. And then, of course, you have witches and warlocks who receive their magic via some sort of pact from another entity. The children of mana are a little bit different in the sense that we draw our power for something a little farther below. We can access the rivers of mana themselves, to a degree. The most important thing there is that the magic of the rivers of mana is both untempered, meaning it's quite raw, and it is quite powerful. And that means that we are capable of manifesting magic in more ways than a typical caster can, because we ourselves temper the magic through the point of that casting. And since the magic comes in a more raw state, it's more powerful. It is quite the simplest answer.
Yeah.
So that is essentially what a child of mana is. All in all, there are 9 different forms. There are the 8 that represent the schools of magic, as each of the schools of magic is also meant to represent a sort of spiritual aspect of magic, yada yada yada. It requires a whole bunch of study that, quite frankly, isn't important for this discussion. But what you simply need to know is that, generally speaking, there is only one incarnation of a child of mana for each of the spiritual aspects of magic at a time. And it isn't until a child of mana dies that a new one is born.
Yeah.
Even then, they are exceptionally rare. I believe the most notable of the children of mana that you might be aware of would have been the Archmagus Gildane. He was a child of mana in the School of Evocation that lived in Ashgar. He's the one who built that gaudy tower in Terza.
Yeah.
Though he was known, quite well known, and there are others. Sadly, most children of mana die before they truly become powerful, so while they are often remembered as heroes, they don't often arise to the level of magic that Gildane accomplished.
You said that you are also a child of magic, correct?
Well, yes, I am a child of mana, particularly in the School of Transmutation.
Okay.
So, more, I suppose, more accurate to say I was a child of mana. I've been dead nearly 2,000 years now.
Yeah.
So, yes, I couldn't tell you who the current child of mana transmutation is or what they do.
Yeah.
But there, you may have noticed a disparity in the sense that there are 9 children of mana, but only 8 schools of magic. The 9th is, we would call it the child of mana of creation. More specifically, it refers to the rawest form of magic, its pure essence, so to speak. Those that excel in this particular brand of mana have the ability to modify and manipulate the structures of magic throughout the casting. And therefore they excel in the grasping of new spells, the crafting of magical objects, the crafting and study of new spells, those sorts of things. And quite frankly, that's what I believe you are, based on the information that your father has given me. Though I suppose I must say that, as I stated, simply being a child of mana doesn't necessarily mean you're destined for any greatness, as you could very well die before you accomplish anything of value, and you are nonetheless human, so your time on this earth is limited.
That is very true. So, you believe that I am a child of mana of creation, correct?
You at least have the makings of one.
Is there a way to find out for sure? A test? Or is that more developed?
No. I would say it's more of an instance of you have the makings of one, just like any person might have the makings of a skilled craftsman. But whether or not someone becomes a skilled craftsman is entirely dependent on how they utilize and grow their craft. Same thing here. You have but a seed. If you nurture it and allow it to grow, and you live long enough, then you will possess a power unlike most who travel magic in this world. If you, however, choose not to develop this gift, well, then eventually you'll die in obscurity, and sometime down the line, another person will be born with your gift, and maybe they'll make something of themselves.
I see. What can I do to nurture this gift? Or how do I develop it?
Well, in your case, it's considerably harder than the others, as the mana that you wield is untempered. So there's a lot of ambiguity. But continuing to use magic in new and unexpected ways, perhaps even trying to craft spells of your own, and studying the structures of magic would be useful. I think the most important thing is, for most of the time, magic has rules. And most mages, when crafting spells, find ways to take these parts and arrange them in new orders to create something new. Whereas you have at least some ability to create new parts to suit specific needs. But I would warn you to be careful, as if you do manage to produce something of suitable caliber, once something is created, that which is made cannot be unmade. So spells that you make utilizing new skills, others can learn them. So there's always a danger that your creations may be used in ways by others that you did not intend.
I could definitely see that, how that could play out.
Well, that was a nice little talk. Did you have any specific questions, or?
This spark inside me. That is the reason why my affinity for these ritual spells that I cast is so different from everybody else.
Well, yes, because your magic naturally tends to draw from deeper and more powerful sources than other casters, which can also make your magic a bit more unstable in that way.
I have seen cases of that happen.
Yes. So just keep that in mind. So, yes, it will take some experience, but I don't know. You survived this long, so I suppose you're at least getting the hang of it.
I'm trying to. I am of the 5th level, 5th circle.
So that means you're a proper magus now.
I would like to nurture this ability. So I will do what I can to create and push the boundaries of magic. But I will also temper it with foresight.
Good. I would just say, if you've learned the 5 principles, as you said, then you should be off to a fairly good start.
Would I be able to study here?
Oh, no, definitely not. This is not a public academy. Also, I have magic in this collection of mine, that quite frankly is very dangerous for casters nowadays, as a great deal of knowledge of magic has been lost. So much of what I have in here would be quite dangerous to you and anyone else. And so I would have to, especially given your skill, you would have to demonstrate that you are a lot more capable than you are now, because I have knowledge here that, quite frankly, should not be disseminated.
So it is something that is possible down the line, but definitely not right now.
Well, I mean, I'm giving you a hard no, but I'm not saying it will always be a hard no.
Yes.
But then again, I don't spend a whole lot of time here. The only reason I returned is because you waltzed through the front door. I'm, dead, so I'm kind of, living my afterlife, so to speak. So, not really taking students on at this point in time.
My question was less about students and more of studying
Oh, I know.
what you have
I know.
written. Just
But,
so you're aware.
But the idea is, if I certainly wouldn't allow you to read anything here unsupervised.
I can understand that. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Just try not to blow your friends up.
I will certainly try not to do that.
Yes.
It has been something
and
I've been...
don't touch random magical objects that you don't know what they are. That's generally not a good idea.
I've learned from other people's experience in that.
And also be careful when attempting to cast spells higher than your current level. They may have an outsized effect.
That I've never attempted, but I have heard stories of that happening. So that is something I will not ever try.
Excellent.
I am curious, though. One last question. I know a mage of your stature has tried. Were you ever able to cast a 10th level spell?
Me?
Yes.
Well, yes, actually.
So it is possible.
Oh, yes. In fact, it's only possible for a child of mana.
Okay. That I do.
That's one of the major reasons why we are so sought after. As we are capable of magics that no other is capable of doing. In fact, the mythal that protects this very valley is of my own making.
Of your own making, is that what you said?
Of my own making, yes. This whole place used to once be my personal home and I suppose you could call it an academy of sorts, where I trained a number of disciples and apprentices.
Well, my father is certainly making use of it in training other students.
Indeed.
Of that,
Though,
I believe you would be proud.
Well, perhaps. I would, however, prefer it if he kept better maintenance of the place. It looks like he's just kind of letting it fall to pieces.
I'll tell him you said that directly.
Good.
Again, I appreciate your time. Is there any other warnings or foreboding news that you should tell me before I head out?
No, I think I told you most all of the important things. Yes. Well, hopefully, I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Indeed. And just try to not draw too much attention to yourself, I suppose. At least until you're powerful enough to defend yourself.
That is something I've tried to do, but it's also something that is very difficult at the same time. But I will do what I can.
Yeah.
Enjoy your afterlife until the next comes to your abode.
Hopefully not.
And then I'll make my way out.
Well, bye.
Bye.
It's nice meeting you. And then the door kind of quickly closes as you exit.
Change the locks.
Yeah.
At the end of that, after he gets past the doors, Caleb's just gonna sit there and take a seat on the ground, contemplating what he just discovered.
Yeah. Obviously, you can't tell anyone about this place. But... Okay. So, I believe Izal at this point has kind of finished playing around with Aranthier, chopping trees and attacking makeshift dummies. And I believe Volred and Yandere were still at the spring, unless there was something else you were looking to do.
No?
If Volred does leave, Yandere is going to go try and check out the top of the spring.
I will leave then.
Okay.
Could you give me like 5-10 minutes? Bye.
Yep. And so, Yandere, as you go and kind of check the top of the spring, it does look like there's sections of the rock where it looks like this water is just kind of spouting up, kind of somewhat quickly, as if under pressure, to create this area. Doesn't necessarily look like it's large enough for a person to get in, per se. But with some work, you might be able to widen the opening a little bit.
Nah, I'm not going to do that right now.
You don't want to accidentally fall through and end up back in the Feywild?
I mean, I don't mind ending up back in the Feywild. It's just the whole, I don't know what's going to happen if I mess with it here, and if it's going to impact stuff here. So, after doing like a quick search and just kind of seeing what I saw, then I'll head back to where everybody else is.
Okie dokie. Alright. And then you guys kind of congregate for evening dinner. No, actually, I guess at this point it'd be lunch, huh? Wouldn't it?
Noon.
Yeah, we got there early in the day.
Yeah, we woke up and did this shit. This is still the same morning from Volred's family coming.
Yep.
The same day.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because we left and went back to... Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because they arrived in the early AM, and then you guys departed and arrived at the Temple of Areva in late morning, and then teleported straight here. So, yeah, I mean, assuming you've only been here like a couple hours, yeah, it would be like early afternoon.
Or was it a day later?
No, I think it would be the same day.
Because when we teleported, we had to teleport to the Sanctum. Then we had to walk to the
that's
Temple of
true.
Areva.
So it was 28. So that means I actually wrote this down.
Because we had no way of teleporting directly to the city where the Temple of Areva was, correct?
Correct. So that morning, on the 26th, is when Red's mother and brother arrived. And then that was chapter 102. And then you guys teleported. And then on the 28th, you guys arrived in Abaddon. And in the late morning, handled your ship. So...
We're 2 days out from whenever.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
and we've all recongregated together.
I didn't
Yep.
see Caleb.
just kind of lunch.
I thought he was with you.
No, like we all went up to the spring, and I came back, and he was gone.
I mean, have you asked his father?
I don't really want to talk to him because it's like one of the powerful wizard people.
Are you afraid of him?
That just seemed like it's kind of rude.
To ask a question?
Like, hey, where's your kid?
Yeah.
I don't really know where to look for him. I don't want to go asking the other people. So no, I didn't go asking.
I'm sure Kaelum is just having a moment back at his home.
When he has moments, he usually does things that he shouldn't.
What is he gonna do here?
A ritual?
A ritual.
I trust Caleb's not getting in trouble today. Probably just taking a nice bath in one of the many fancy bathrooms that we have not seen in this estate.
I don't think there are any fancy bathrooms.
I'm pretty sure I took a nice bath here last time, and it wasn't the spring.
Should probably find Caleb. I will go look for Caleb's dad then.
Would you like some company since you seem to be afraid to talk to him?
Well, I'm like, it's just awkward. Well, I know his name's Eckerd, but what's like his last name?
Have we been informed his last name?
I don't remember it, if we were.
I just know to refer to him as Eldon Voss.
That's probably his last name then.
Eckerd Voss?
Or is it Eckerd Eldenvoss?
There's only one way we're going to find out. And Yandre gets up from where he is, like assuming we're at some kind of table, and just begins walking, trying to find Eckerd.
You find Caleb and Eckerd together out at Eckerd's little outdoor tent where he does his divination stuff. They seem to be wrapping up a conversation.
Well, seems that we found both things that we were looking for.
Ah, mystery. And he's alive!
Do you not expect him to ever be back alive? Again, I understand that he did smell of death when I met him, but not strong.
Just worried he's gonna do another one of his ritual things and bad thing will happen if I leave him alone. At night he's in his room, he usually doesn't do that. But like during the day, he's here. He was left unsupervised. And no one was looking after him. Man,
Hey, Caleb!
Since you guys are talking about me,
well, not very quiet either.
But are your ears itching?
yes.
Then yes, we are talking about you. Eckerd. Or Master Eldon Voss. Which do you prefer?
Most people call me Master Eckerd or Caleb's dad, or you can just call me Eckerd.
What's your last name?
But I don't have one.
So it's just Eckerd.
Well, I mean, I suppose you could say Osric would be my last name, as I'm Eckerd of Osric. Yes, I don't actually have a last name, but that's kind of how last names kind of get started. Sometimes you do a last name that's based off someone's profession or where they came from or something like that.
So Eckerd Osric.
Osric, yes.
Osric.
Yes.
Should write that down somewhere. I may need a favor
Although,
in the future.
I suppose you could also just say Voss. I know that's the last name Caleb took.
Kaelum Voss. You see Yandre pull out a little notebook and start writing these names down.
Caleb, your last name is Voss?
That is correct.
Been traveling for all this time, you have never said your last name.
He actually has on several occasions.
Yes, I have.
I wasn't paying attention.
I know you said it.
I just haven't said it since Yandre's joined the party.
Yeah, I mean, he would say Caleb Voss, but I mean, like, he's never come out and explicitly stated that his last name is Voss. It's just something he throws at the
Yeah, it's been a while.
From time to time.
Oh, I was not paying attention.
Obviously. But yes, you guys were looking for me?
Is it Voss like Vaas or like Voss like Voss? Like the water.
Voss.
Like the water. Okay, just like the water.
Well, Zal had concerns that you may have gone and did a ritual and killed yourself, so we decided to come and look for you.
Fair point.
But
Somewhat
you didn't kill
accurate.
yourself.
But no, I did not. No, she has a right to worry.
But you did a ritual?
No.
Hey, didn't kill himself and didn't do a ritual.
Ah.
And we know their last names now.
Voss. Where'd that name come from? Is it from like a water brand? Because I was joking.
I look over
The
to
name of a water well?
Well, you would know that Eldon Voss means old fox. So Voss would just mean fox in Elvish.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Then I would relay that.
So it's Elven. I was wondering why you would use that terminology.
You
Yes,
know,
that is correct.
thinking back on it, I'm pretty sure Caleb has explained to me what Eldon Voss means.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I explained it to you when we first met one of my Rukas.
It's a long time ago, and I've had many of concussions.
You should stop getting hit in the head.
I try to go for the shoulder.
Have you
Yeah.
thought about a helmet?
It doesn't. My hair likes to flow.
Okay.
So what have you been up to?
I've been speaking to my father and learning some information about my past.
About the burning building.
More broader than that. I've been trying to find out why I have an affinity for certain types of magic. And why things are more potent when I cast them than other people.
Well, don't all of you mages take some form of school specialization?
Most do.
Isn't that
I am more general than that. I am not specialized in any type of magic. And a lot of the spells I cast in certain situations tend to be bigger than they should be, or more effective than they should be in certain contexts, such as my ritual spells to contact certain deities. When most people cast them, they are not able to actually speak to the deity. They more get a question or two answered, whereas I get a face-to-face. I've been trying to figure out why that is the case.
And did you get any answers?
I got one, but I am unsure as to how much it means as of yet. So for now, I will keep it close to the vest. And I will discuss more when I know more.
Well, I have no room to pry in your information, so if that's what you choose to do, then so be it.
Thank you.
What's for lunch?
What'd you say?
What's for lunch?
I don't know. It was prepared while I was gone.
I virtually just came back from the pond and just kind of wanted to walk around and come find you after Izal expressed some concerns. So, Eckert?
Yeah, you guys go there. It looks to be like lamb, like braised lamb, and mashed potatoes, spring veg, all kinds of stuff there. But a pretty nice and diverse meal.
So, I imagine we're not going to be staying here for forever.
No, I assume we're going to be leaving pretty quickly. Where were we planning on going? Because I honestly don't remember.
We were here because we were worried we were being, sensed.
Right.
So, here we are.
My next destination is the intent of the realm of winter in the Feywild.
Okay.
My only concern is how to get there and back. Which is the favor that I would like to ask of you. And Leandre looks over at Eckert. Do you happen to have any resources or methods to traverse plains, perchance?
Well, I'm a pretty powerful spellcaster, so I can cast plane shift. Of course, that means I'd have to go with you, and then do a return trip. Because I don't exactly have a spell scroll of that lying around.
Would any of us be able to cast that spell anyway?
Well, if it was a spell scroll, Kaelum should be able to cast him. It's a little above his level, but he's pretty skilled, so I wouldn't imagine any kind of issue.
Yeah.
But you don't have that resource currently.
No, but I could write one down, scribe one. Take a little bit of time, but probably longer than you'd really want to go and do it.
Sure. Another question. Your spring, the waters appear to be flowing from the Feywild, some type of portal or doorway. How did you manage to obtain it?
Oh, that thing's been there a lot longer than me. I imagine it's been here for centuries, so However it managed to appear here, I wouldn't know.
Have you ever had any issues with containing the spring?
No. I mean, even if it overflows, the ground usually soaks it up, and uh, sometimes you get some unusual plants that'll grow in the area that aren't native here. But the Fey energy, the Fey energy doesn't.
Not the liquid itself, but the doorway or pathway that it's coming from. Have you ever had it tear or rip or open more than it normally does?
Well, I mean, it ebbs and flows, just like any portal between places does. It's never grown so large as to be a danger. The worst that happens is we might get more or less water, for a period of time, but never really an issue with anything coming through, if that's what you mean.
Or going the other way?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, the portal appears to be pretty small, all things considered.
Yes. Well, my goal is not to burden more people with having to make the journey. How long would it take you to be able to write this scroll?
Well, that'd probably be the problem. Is it'd take me a solid week to do so, assuming I kind of pulled, the all-nighter to do it. So, not really big deal. You're much more likely, if you need something quick, if you have the money, to just buy one. Should be able to find one relatively easily in like Abaddon or the capital.
Question: is there any other portals on this island that lead to different places in the Feywild?
Yes, I mean there are a couple. We have one to the elemental planes, all four of them really in different spots. The elemental plane of water is particularly useful. Gives us nice drinking water. Let's see here. Those are the biggest ones. I'm sure there are others, but again, they just haven't ever really been a problem, so to speak.
Gotcha. I'll look over to Yandere. If I had the scroll of plane shift, I don't really know where I could go in the Feywild. But also, I'm going to look over to Eckerd. For me to plane shift to the Feywild, wouldn't I need a tuning fork for the Feywild?
Well, yes, but that's easy enough to craft, provided you know what the note is.
DM, would I know the note? Since I have been to the Feywild recently?
It's possible, because it's a musical note, because you do have a level in Bard, so it's possible. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Would he know?
Not me, but somebody else has a connection to the Feywild
That is fair.
that can probably use that ability to understand where exactly we would need to go.
What if Volred is tone deaf?
No. You could just just asked Godwin.
That's also what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's like
Godwin.
Godwin. It's like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Godwin.
We fucking
that
went-
tuning
Because we
fork
know
you
he has
used-
one.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Like we have we have ways of figuring it out amongst.
So I could try
I'll
and craft
do it.
one based off of his.
Literally, the hardest part is crafting the tuning fork.
Okay.
But that is also probably something you could get or buy in a city of any real size.
Yeah.
Because
I
tuning
could do
forks
that.
are things you can actually purchase places.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a super special magical tuning fork. It just
Well,
needs
as
to be
long
a
as it
tuning
has-
fork with the right note.
Yeah. Then we could do that. Based off of the attack that happened, I'm not 100% sure that they are onto us in any capacity. It's been a very long time since they went there, and I don't see that they went to any places that we were inside the city.
Well, keep in mind, time in the Feywild runs non-linear to here in the Prime. Just because it's been a few days here doesn't mean it hasn't been a long time there, or vice versa.
Yeah.
And so they could be planning an attack now. My thought process is, though, is the safest time frame that we have is right after the most recent attack. So we either wait for them to do it again and go immediately after that, or we press the attack now. My other concern is I am not native to the Land of Winter. I know very little about its landscape and very little about where to go. I may have a contact that could help us and assist us, but it would be very, not saying shoddy information, but the realm of the Feywild is incredibly fluid. Even if you were to draw a map and understand general location, it doesn't mean that it doesn't shift, it doesn't change. And the Land of Winter can be very tumultuous. There's a good chance we could get lost.
I understand what you're saying.
I raise my hand.
Yes, he's all.
Is there a way we can test to see, like, if they're able to track us?
I'm confused by your question. What do you mean?
Well, we had mentioned that we don't know exactly how they're following us, because they didn't find us exactly. They just know that we are from the material plane. They didn't pop out exactly where Volred was, so they know it's not exactly tracking him. But, like, could we test to see if someone could sense Volred here, or sense, like, the magic items we have at the Sanctum? Is there a way we can even check that?
Not without technically opening another door for them to track us with.
I mean, like, from material plane to... If we could track it on the... If we can't track something on the material plane, I think that would be a better way of showing if it could even be tracked. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Kaelum, how would you find something? If you had a vague idea of what it was.
Spell scribe.
Okay.
Scry.
Or a simple locate object.
Locate object is much more focused on where you are.
Right, but
Whereas the scry, you would be able to see where the location is. and things like that.
okay. Are we able to cast those right now? Because if we can use those just to check on the items we have at the sanctum, if we could see them, then that means they're not fully protected. If we can't see them, then it should give us an idea that at least there's a blind spot where they can't be seen.
I do not have the spell Scry.
I do have
Other
the
than-
locate. I have the locate object spell. That would be a relatively easy one to cast.
Yes. You could use that, and if you can't sense it, there's that. But you would have to be within range.
Well, it would still give me a general location of like where it is. I just wouldn't know exactly where it is. It's just like I would be able to say it's northwest, southeast, west
Gotcha.
of here. Which, if that's the case, we know that it's still able to be located and it's not 100% protected. I would venture to say that if Scry is such a powerful spell, we should probably test that as well to see if there's some form of level barrier. I don't know what spell ring or power Scry comes from. I'm not familiar with that spell. Eckert, what is it? Ring of spell?
Circle.
Circle of spell is Scry.
The 5th level.
It's like, I
That's what I was thinking, but I don't
Bye.
want to.
You might want to remember that question. It might come back up again, DM.
That's a cleric
Well-
spell.
I can't use that spell in my DoD game, so
It's not his problem. He's a paladin.
yeah, paladins don't get scry. So that would be a very useful spell to have.
You use your 5th
Given
level
my
spell
build,
slot
because I'm
to
like a
scry.
bounty hunter paladin, so scry would actually be a very nice spell for me to have.
So, who here? Kaelum, you can't scry? I thought you were 5th circle.
Yes, but I don't have the spell in my repertoire.
Why do we keep you around, Kaelum? I swear.
Yeah,
For my
but
dashing
you
good
could always
It's got a
add
good point.
the spell, because it's not like we don't have it in books around here.
Yes.
It just costs them a little bit of time and money.
I'm going to attempt to locate one of the objects we stole.
Uh,
And
Master Eckert, can you cast scry?
I cast it. I'm a divination wizard. It's one of my. I suppose you say it's my fort.
That's exactly how you pronounce that. I'm so glad you said that. The silent E. Can you scry on an object?
Well, you typically can only use it on a creature.
Okay. Well, you're powerful. What if I gave you an image, and an object from someone, and see if you could scry on them based off of that?
Well, so normally it's done on a person.
Right,
I
a
could
person.
Scry a location. So if I knew the location, if you could describe that, I could look at a location. But if I'm going to zero in on a particular thing, it needs to be a person.
Can you use my handy haversack to scry on, and I'll use minor image or minor illusion to create a rough image of what Arthur looks like? Like, can you try to scry and see if you can see our friend Arthur? He's supposed to be in an area that's extremely difficult to get to and even look like heavily protected, so like, if there's a way you could do that.
Yeah. I mean, I can see. I mean, I don't know how skilled he is, but if he is particularly skilled in magic, he might be able to avoid my glances.
Oh, he is so powerful. He was so powerful, he had to leave us because he just couldn't be bogged down by us anymore.
Yeah, he gives you a look like he doesn't believe that. But
I'm real bad at lying,
like-
too. He went to go learn how to be a druid.
fair enough. Well, yeah. I mean, I can certainly give it a shot. Oh, you want me to do that right now?
I mean, we could do the locate object thing first, because if that thing works, I'm pretty sure the other one will be fine.
Yeah, the issue with the locate object spell is, you have to be relatively close to it in order to find a particular object. Otherwise, it just shows you the nearest object of that kind.
What if they know specifically like what it is? Because if they have to keep popping back into the material plane, maybe they're just trying to see how close they can get to a thing, and then sense where it's at, then get closer to it next time. Not like whack-a-mole, only they're the mole and they're popping up to see what it is.
And just for make sure I understand here, we're talking about the hunt peoples again,
Yeah. You know what an orca is?
like a whale.
Yeah, like a whale. Up north, we got they're super smart whales. They'll pop up out of the water to see what's on the ice, and if they see nothing, they'll go back under, then they'll move closer to where they're going, they'll pop back up real quick and see. What if like the hunt's doing something like that with their teleportation thingy and sensing? They say, okay, we're close this time. Next time we come back in, we'll do it and closer and just kind of ravage that town we think is closest.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's possible, but I mean, they must be following something else, because I mean, unless they're just randomly hitting spots.
What if the first one was just random,
kind of
just
like
so they
that
could get a
pirate
sense?
game for children. You know, the one where you shoot cannonballs and you're trying to hit ships of different kinds and sink them.
Ah, you sunk my sailing ship, that one.
Right. Yes, that little game.
Yeah. What if their first one was at random, though? Like, there's that first poke in to see what they could see.
I
Their
don't know,
next
did it
one.
feel random to you?
It was kind of. Wasn't near anything.
Okay, well, I suppose that's possible, but I would assume there would have to be something there for them to sense, to zero in on it.
We
I don't know.
had been there before. Anyway.
But like recently?
No, a long time ago.
Well, I would have figured. Did you spend a lot of time there compared to other places you've been?
We killed some people there. Does that?
Well, I was just saying, is if it's based off like they're sensing you, then obviously your presence is going to be strongest wherever you are or spent a lot of time. So if they manage to go there, then they must be tracking something else that isn't you specifically, but maybe something associated with you. I don't know.
I mean, we didn't spend a lot of time there. It was a long
So
time
am I
ago.
supposed to be scrying this Arthur fella?
I want to see. Yandere was going to do the locate object. I was just asking you questions while he
Fair enough.
was more than ready.
Yeah, so I'm gonna locate object on because it was horseshoes of speed. Which one was the one? Probably the anchor. See, the problem is we're in a seafaring place. Like, I'm sure there's probably gonna be another.
Well, you're looking specifically for Qual's feather token in the
Yeah,
shape of an anchor,
Yes.
not an actual anchor.
It's
Yes,
fucking
okay, that thing.
13 feet away from you. Like,
So Son of a bitch.
There is Qual's feather token right next to us. It's right here. It's also in the shape of an anchor.
But yeah, so I will locate object on Qual's feather token.
Okay, and where is Qual's feather token?
It is in the throne picture pocket dimension at the sanctum.
Okay. In which case, you wouldn't sense it. Because it's not within 1,000 feet, and there isn't another copy of it within 1,000 feet.
All right. And I don't get a general direction either. Okay. I don't appear to be able to sense either direction or the item itself.
That's good news.
Oh yeah, but again, I don't know how strong the magics protect our visibility or lack thereof.
Well, I think next test would be for Eckert to try the divination scry spell. Master Eckert, you said you're a powerful divination. It's your fort, so, and I know those elves of the island are super protective. So if you can sense them, I mean, not only does it say a lot about you, but it says that we could still be sensed.
All right, and this is for this Arthur fella?
Yep. Minor illusion again. This time he doesn't. He looks slightly better. Like part of him does. The other part doesn't. It's just I can only focus on so much. Anyone else could do like an illusion of some kind. That'd be great because mine's pixelated as shit.
I have minor illusion. I will assist.
Like this one, it should look like. Oh. How do you guys like 1080p? Holy shit.
And while he is setting up the ritual for that, Caleb is going to look around and try and find a scroll for scrying. See if he can add it to his book.
Tome of Scry.
Yeah, you could find it in a tome. Like
Yeah.
Eckert's got quite a bit. I guess I'm trying to make sure I understand this, because you do have a likeness.
And an object that was owned by Arthur as well.
It didn't. Arthur
Yes.
come here, so he knows him.
Arthur's been
Arthur
here.
Oh, that's
came
true.
here, so he did meet him once.
Yeah, he's met the target. But I guess my question is, so Arthur's got to make the wisdom saving throw,
Yes.
but it's modified, but it says having a likeness or picture reduces the DC. So why would you having a possession and a likeness of him make it easier for him?
No, I think it
Pass the
reduces the number on your dice.
Scry is weird. It's the save, and the saves, the DC is
Save modifier.
the DC gets
Oh,
lower based off of. I don't know if I can.
Oh, okay. I guess you're right. Yes, because that would be the save modifier. When what they really should have done is modify the DC.
Yeah. It just looked weird.
Well, what is the DC?
Let's see. For this guy, let's see. So it would be, 17 plus, and then let's see. He's met the target, but doesn't know him very well.
I mean, what is the ability or attribute?
What save
it's
is?
wisdom. It's a wisdom saving throw.
Arthur has a plus
And-
1.
And you'll get a -6 modifier.
So it's a -1.
Yeah, minus 1.
Yeah, and you're trying to meet or beat a 17.
He met it. It says charisma, but he has a -1 in charisma. So
Right. Yeah, this is better than just innocent. So, you see Eckert just kind of sitting there and going, And then after a brief moment, he kind of leans back and goes, "Son of a bitch! I was this close. I almost had him. But yeah, it looks like your friend's picked up some skills since the last time you saw him."
Are you sure you scryed on the right person?
Well,
He is training to become a druid, so it
yeah.
shows the reason he would gain some skill against these type of spells.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
So
if the barrier that they have there wasn't able to defend against you scrying, then I guess we can assume that whatever we have isn't going to protect against some type of scrying either. Does scrying, like,
Well,
does it protect against, like, across dimensions? Or, because we have a pocket dimension we have a lot of
it
stuff
has to
in.
be on the same plane of existence. I can't scry across dimensions.
Okay, so pocket
That's separate, pretty powerful magic. But I'll also say the mythals that protect Tybel Say are different. You know, they don't really block scrying exactly. At least that I'm aware of. Those mythals like that would only exist in specific places. I think, as far as I'm aware, the mythals around Tybel Say are mostly just to prevent entry.
yeah,
Okay, well, we know it's partially protected. We still don't know
but a
exactly
pocket
how they're.
dimension, that makes it more difficult.
We still don't know exactly how they're sensing us. Either it's from Volred or it's from an object, or they could just be guessing.
Why would it be based on Mr. Volred?
I don't know. He kills a lot of things. It's hard to tell.
You know, like a beacon of death. Bloodhound sniffing the death trail
He
all the way around the world.
murdered so much. We've gotten a answer.
And
No, my name's Izal, not Ann.
an answer.
This must be a southern thing.
So with that information, I think we should keep an eye on the cities that we are going to. So if we are going to get the spell to go through planes, the city that we go to go buy it, we need to keep an eye on it to see if they hit that city next. And anywhere we do go, I wouldn't recommend staying for a fairly long time.
Well, where are we going next then? Because we can't just stay here. Unless we're just going to stay here and wait for the next attack.
Well, I mean, the next place we could check is Godwin to see if he has a tuning fork for the Land of Winter.
And
Oh.
also to try and buy a couple scrolls to shift planes.
Okay.
Because we'll need at least two.
We just send Godwin a message?
I can. I did it before.
We can ask him if he has a tuning fork to Winter.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
DeAndre walks over to the side,
Where's he going?
just over into the corner.
He walks away.
Yeah,
a
he's
private
like-
phone call.
Yeah, I don't like people interrupting him while he's trying to think and figure out stuff. And then he will send a message to Kata.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so hello, Goblin. This is Yandre. We are looking for a tuning fork to the plane of the Feywilds, specifically the land of winter. Please respond.
Yay.
Well, the tuning forks go to a particular plane, such as the Feywild. You can pick a precise location when casting the spell, but it's not exact.
Yandra just sighs. He's like, he's gonna make me send another sending spell. He never really just gives a distinct answer whenever you ask him a question or ask for something specific. Yandre closes his eyes again.
We got pissed off Yandre this time.
Do you have the means to send us to the land of winter in the Feywild? Specifically, a targeted location. Please respond succinctly, Yandre.
I had a sign off.
Yes, the same way I took you there last time. I will simply need to know as much information about the location you wish me to take you as possible to improve our chances of arriving on target.
That's about 10 over.
Well, I am going to have to do some research. He does have a way of getting us to where we need to go, but I have to be able to describe the exact location in which we're going to better our chances of making it there. I don't know how long it will take to get the information, but I might be able to get a pretty good description. But, Eckert, I may need your help sending a missive to a specific location. Here on this plane, I just have to get it to a certain point so that way it can be delivered to the correct location.
Is this an object or letter of some kind?
A letter.
Should be easy enough.
It's still going to take time. I'm actually not sure how long it's going to take to get there and how long it would take to get back. But I've been able to communicate to the Feywild before. So if we're looking for a very specific location, we may have to wait for those particular details unless there's someone here on this plane that knows more about the land of winter.
Well, land of winter, you say?
Should just ask Eckert.
We have been talking in front of him the whole time.
Well, yeah, he's. I can't say that I know a whole lot about that place. You know, though, there might be somewhere you could go and maybe get more information, though.
You see Andre's ears like perk up.
Let me see here. Making sure I'm just giving you the right one. Sheet, right quick. Back up. See the whole thing. Yes. If you head to the capital, there is a temple to the goddess Azir. She's a lesser goddess, but is the Akari goddess of winter. From what I understand, they were originally archfey who were worshipped as deities in the ancient elven pantheon. So perhaps that person would be a denizen of that world and could give you more information.
And you said that they were worshipped as a god on this plane, though, correct?
Indeed, yes. But from what I understand, they were she was originally an archfey, and so mostly it'll be somewhat difficult to get a hold of her outside of actual winter on this plane. But that doesn't mean with the right ritual and sacrifices it can't be done.
Kaelum, are you able to reach out to this god / archfey here? You just mentioned that you have better connections or a little more powerful communing.
I could certainly try. I'm unsure as to how exactly it would be affected, but I could definitely try.
Yeah, especially considering the seasonal gods and goddesses are not very commonly worshipped that much in the Akari pantheon. They're considered like old gods.
Yeah. So, yes, I could definitely try and see what we can find. What I can find. There's no guarantee, but it really depends on the god I'm trying to commune with, if they even allow it or if I'm able to. So, is that something you want me to try now?
I mean, it would save us a trip to the capital to get to the Temple of Azir.
Okay.
What are we going to ask if we're going to do the ritual now? What are we asking Azir for?
We need a description of the Queen Maeve's location, particularly her castle or fort or whatever domain or dwelling she is residing in. Need the area or somewhere close by that would get us relatively close to where we would have enough time to scope the area out and retrieve what we came to get. as descriptive as possible would be the best.
So that the spell can get us as close as possible.
Correct. More of a target than anything else.
Is Godwin very familiar with the Land of Winter? I don't remember if he said he was or not.
Doesn't appear that he is, but he seems confident enough to be able to get us where we need to go. He just needs a description of the location that we're trying to reach.
Okay.
Yeah, and like Caleb, you'd be aware that like when it comes to a particularly plane shift, it's open for interpretation, right? So like you can say, take me to the plane of winter, and it will take you somewhere and dump you somewhere in that area. So the more specific you can narrow down your destination, the better your chances of ending up somewhere useful.
Okay.
So that's more or less the idea. It's not that it's required to end up there, but the more you know and the more you specify your location, the greater chance you're not just going to get dumped out in the middle of some frozen wasteland for you guys to slowly freeze to death.
Okay.
Which,
Options.
would not be optimal.
Not at all. The problem with me using a ritual to try and summon this Fae is I would need to know quite a bit about this individual to further increase my chances to summon them. And summoning a Fae like that, I haven't done before, and I don't know how they might react to being summoned.
So you can't do it.
There is a very good chance that I can, but summoning somebody against their will to an unfamiliar location can set somebody off. So that is something to take into consideration.
So are you saying you won't do it?
I'm willing to try. But I want you to know the risk ahead of time. If there is anything that we can do to try and mitigate those risks, such as something to appease them and not get them angry when we summon them.
So let's do this. Let's go to the Temple of Azir. We go into a place where we can see the descriptions, understand who it is. It also gets us away from here in case Azir is not the most hospitable with us summoning her and doesn't give them a direct placement on where we are should they send the Dark Hunt. So maybe a trip to the capital is probably best.
And that's where Godwin's at, so.
Yeah.
So sounds like we'll be heading there relatively soon.
Yeah.
Does everybody have what they need?
I'm good.
I'm great.
Well, Kelmec's been walking around for the better part of this morning. I'm assuming he's gotten all of his workout in.
I think he got lost.
Where did he go?
Right.
He was around the pool for such a long time. I think he was trying to avoid getting his fur wet, but he's been out there.
Wait, he went for a walk?
Yeah,
Do you know which
in
path he took?
canon, he's out searching for a giant oak tree.
Yes, I know this, but
I don't know that. I just know
I'm-
that he went for a walk.
I'm curious as to whether or not he gets lost or he gets kicked out of the area, because if you drift off the paths, you can essentially get kicked out of the sanctum.
Just want to see him like on a bench, pricking out like a bunch of brambles and shit that are in his fur. Like, fuck, should stay on the path.
So, question to the DM: did he find the oak tree, or did he end up getting kicked out of the area?
Well, I mean, he found some oak trees, but didn't get kicked out because, like, that way is through the paths leading in
Okay, so he didn't go that far.
the valley. Yeah, so once you get into the valley, unless he takes the path going to leave the valley, it wouldn't
Okay.
be a problem.
Okay. Then let's go find Kelmac and gather him and head out.
Y'all know that I never joined any of this conversation, right? I never went with Azal, and
She's just up
Y'all drank.
the fucking pond.
no, I went. I was back with y'all, and you're like, "Well, we're gonna go find Kaelum's dad."
I assumed
was
you were
at-
here because
He was at the place, like we were eating.
No, I was with
Wait.
y'all, and y'all got up to go find them. Never asked if I wanted to come. I just sat there, and then so I've not. been a
Nobody
part of
came
any
back.
of this.
Where the fuck is? Wait, before we find Calmac, we should probably find Volred. Where the hell is he at? Should we split up? Is splitting up good here? I feel like that's bad.
I locate object on his bow.
he's right there.
Literally
On the outside of the
same
door?
spot you left me.
Yep, at the lunch table, probably on his third bottle of wine by now or something.
He's literally right at the lunch table.
Okay. I'll go get him.
He can hear us. Volred,
What?
can you please join us with your presence?
Yeah, give me like 30 seconds. I would really like to finish this. I'm almost done with the plate of food.
You heard him. I'm not going to repeat that.
For yelling, he was very soft-spoken.
I don't think he would exhaust himself with yelling with him being as close as he was.
Alright, well, let's wait, I guess. How'd you... Oh, you did... Can we use that on Kelmac?
Yes, we can.
So we don't have to go wandering aimlessly in the woods to find him?
Can we not just yell? It would have worked last time.
I yell over that, like, Kelmac!
Preferably outside.
What if he's close,
Why
though?
did you have to do that next to my ear?
I'm by your, like, hip. It doesn't by your ear.
Your voice carries.
Such strong voice, too. I just go walking outside, Kelmac!
I walk up.
Oh, 30 seconds exactly.
Timed him.
We're getting ready to leave.
Are we going to the Feywild?
Going to the capital first to find a better descriptor. Possibly contact an archfey to understand exactly where we're going to go in the Feywild. So we're not taking an immediate trip to the Feywild just yet. I'm sorry,
Okay.
hold on. Capital, description, temple, then teleport.
Oh. Okay. Understood.
We should probably get Azal before she screams everybody into madness.
Oh, if you're looking for Kelmac, he's taking a nap in one of the quarters.
Great. I'm gonna go retrieve Azal before she wanders too far off and forgets where she is. Be right back. I go and get Azal.
Oh, hey.
He's taking a nap in one of the sleeping quarters.
A catnap, if you
How
will.
the hell did he find a tree there? Alright.
We're going back inside.
Alright.
Okay.
I flip him
So
out of
then
his
you guys
bed.
are gonna. You guys are gonna prep and then head to the capital.
Yep. So this sounds like
Okie dokie. We'll go ahead and take our break here, and then when we come back, we'll see what shenanigans you guys get into there.
Woo! Shenanigans.
8, 4, 42.
You ate 4 42s?
That's the meaning of life, my friend. I have eaten many lives.
You're lactose intolerant.
Well, that doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, so anyway, hey, welcome back.
Good transition.
Hey,
Okay.
you
So,
okay over there?
me?
It's not like there's not a countdown or anything. Whatever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a countdown. It's just my brain is still filled with crap from, the break and, trying to pivot. So, you guys enjoyed a little bit of time and lunch in the Valley of the Fates, and then are deciding to teleport back to the capital via. Yeah, I think the only place you guys still know would be
Valerion's.
Valerian's place.
Yep.
Yeah. So, okie dokie then. Let's see. Right. Okie dokie. So, you guys arrive without forewarning in Valerian's study.
course.
'Cause that's just the way this works.
Surprise.
Yep. And are promptly met by Valerian, who at this point in time is holding a piece of chalk in his hand. Kind of looks and goes, of course, it's you. Alright, well, I guess I'll be back to my lectures unless there's something you needed.
No, but who else would it be? Honest.
Well, I had considered just casting a sending spell, but then I thought, why waste the spell when I could just walk out here?
How's the class?
It's going fairly well. We're discussing elementary practical applications for magic.
How's my friend? How's my young sir doing? Or has he moved on?
Milo has yet to move to Master Warren's just yet. He's still got a week or two before that. But yes, quite soon. And he's doing remarkably well. He's in a separate class. I imagine before long we'll have him ready. And I think it will be Master Warren who will teach him his first spell at the first level. So pretty good considering all things.
I'm glad to hear it. But no, we're just passing through. So I think we're good. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Oh, and while I have you, thank you for finishing the demi-plane spell at the Sanctum.
Ah, yes. Well, it was no worries. After all, it looked as though it might have proven useful. I do know it took quite a bit of charming to get
Yes.
the Green Warden receptive.
Yeah, well, hopefully it provides be extremely useful. I did see that there's a lot there that we don't really have access to normally. So, now time to just try and find something that she doesn't have there. That's going to be difficult.
Yes.
As that is what was asked of her.
Well, If I could be of any assistance, please let me know. In the immediate, I'll return to class, and then might as well stop by sometime if to catch up, or if your group needs anything.
Most definitely. I'll head back in a little bit. I'll head back when I can.
Very well. I shall see you shortly, then.
And then we'll head out.
Has he thought of moving the teleportation circle out of his room?
No.
Hmm?
Is that a yes or a no? He's all.
I don't know what I'm supposed to roll.
Oh, wisdom.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god! Oh no!
Stay going, buddy boy.
I forgot again.
Oh, this will be fun.
What you doing?
You're adopted?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I just
realized.
I just assume we just teleported. I assume we teleported from the place where we got the sword from
in Abaddon, outside the Temple of Areva,
directly to here.
and then back here. You're like, what the hell, Caleb? We just came from here.
Why? I took this whole time to process that. Caleb, I think you fucked up on your spell. I didn't want to tell you that in front of your friend.
What do you mean?
We were supposed to go to your dad's place.
We did. We spent quite a bit of time there. We spent the majority of the day there.
You're a terrible liar, Caleb.
She forgot. Again.
A what now?
That's funny.
So, you mean to tell me that you... That means we have to have the conversation all over.
What's the delay? What are we doing? Cause
You gotta do like the 51st dates or whatever. And just
have a
at this point in
list
time,
of shit to tell me every time.
Just write a note. A
I will
note in
go
your own
through
handwriting.
The bare basics, basically saying that we are now trying a different tactic instead of just hiding at my father's place.
I pull out my notebook that I was writing all my notes in because I figured this was going to happen again. And I start reading through like the cascade of notes, specifically like Eldon Voss or Eldon Ulrich. I can't remember how you say it. Spell that out for me,
Eckert.
DM. Eckert, Aldrich. Spell it out for me somewhere. Caleb's last name is Voss, like the water. You mentioned the water a lot. We are no longer just sitting here and waiting for things to pass. We're heading to the capital to go to the Temple of Azir, which is a goddess of winter who used to be an archfey, so we can get a better descriptor of Queen Maeve's location so we can teleport there and handle the hunt situation. Kelmek has always been sleeping inside of the little area. Volred was outside right next to us whenever we were casting the locate object spell, which was a waste of a spell slot for me. I had to send 2 spells over to Godwin for him to give me very minuscule information that I didn't already have. And essentially, Kaelum has some further secrets that he has yet to divulge, but he doesn't feel comfortable doing them yet because he still has this hint of some kind of uncertainty about the information. And I close the book.
I take out my notebook. Like, Caleb, I put Voss in my notes. Is that what that is?
Yes, you might want to put Caleb in front of that.
I put Caleb Voss in like name of a fountain. I'm not very good at this sometimes. You know what? I'll I'll fill this out later, I guess.
You can ask Reggie, and we'll keep walking, and then I'll
What the
leave
fuck?
Reggie. Oh yeah, she doesn't realize that you can see Reggie.
Oh my god, that's right.
So Reggie just kind of floats over to her and just starts talking to her as we keep moving and just go there, traverse
Just-
the rest of the way.
I'm just listening and just staring at Reggie. He's like, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, and then Aranthir's voice. You okay, buddy? Yeah. You go, oh man, okay. It's one of these scenarios, isn't it?
Oh, and like, as I'm walking, I'm like, "Is all you have the ghost sword now too?"
I see a ghost.
That's Reggie.
Okay, Reggie's not a sword though.
No, Aranthir gives you the ability to see Reggie. So Reggie is now able to communicate with you.
But
Though
sword.
he may not be happy about it.
What?
But if you pull out Aranthir,
When did I get this?
I gave it to you after I got this. I hold up Starkiller.
Well, I knew you got that. Like that happened in the regular place. Okay.
Are we good to keep moving?
Oh, just 1 foot in front of the other. I'm just gonna 1,000-yard stare for a little while, just trying to process some information.
Reggie just starts like recanting things like right off the bat.
And Aranthir's there to like answer questions. and
Which
stuff, too.
doesn't help,
Yeah.
because it's 2 new people he's all never talked to. They're just information.
Reggie is just essentially like, well, you wanted to talk to Ghost. You wanted the sword, so here we are. Now you have to put up with it. Now, let's recount the last 24 hours. And just starts going.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So, you guys are up in the Silver Quarter, Starlight District. Yeah, I was like, where are you guys trying to head towards?
The capital to the Temple of Azir.
Did we want to go to Goblin first?
No.
Oh, wait, we wanted to go.
We wanted to go to the Temple of Azir for you to cast your ritual or do your ritual to get a better descriptor of where Gold Maeve resides, and then we're going to go to Godwin to either cast the spell or figure out if we have a better way to transport. So, to the Temple of Azir in the capital.
Okay.
Before we get there, DM,
Mhm.
with my experience with Carrion, and very limited experience with the Winter Court, but like any information that I would have about their dealings, like I know that they tend to be information brokers and barter with information more than anything else, but they are also very shifty and tend to lie a lot. Is there anything else that I would know before we get into a conversation with an Archfey?
Yeah. So the whole land of winter specifically is built on the idea of hardship and things coming to an end. So you would imagine that the people there are just kind of like, well, that's just the way life is. It sucks sometimes. But they're also scrappy, resourceful, and know how to make the best out of a bad situation, which makes them especially dangerous negotiators. Because something that might seem invaluable to you, they can turn into something potentially very valuable to them. So, just assume that they don't waste any effort on anything, and that whatever information or whatever you trade them, they will find a way to reap maximum value out of it. So trades are never. If you think a trade is equal, then you've probably at a major disadvantage.
Like the Ferengi from Star Trek.
I'm not a Trekkie, so yeah.
I got you.
Okay.
But let's see here, Kayla. Just roll me a history right quick. Okay, and because that is the sacred number, it's an automatic pass.
Obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, so you may or may not have been to these temples before. Actually, all the temples to the seasonal gods all lie in the Moon Gardens, in a particularly older part of the Moon Gardens. You may have visited or seen it at least, but you're able to take the party there without too much effort. And these temples, if you can really call them that, are more like small chapels with altars that kind of sit around a singular kind of fountain or it's really more of like a tree that grows in the center that's got a fountain underneath it, and the tree kind of grows on top and the fountain kind of comes out of the tree. With these 4 temples kind of in cardinal directions that make a bit of a cul-de-sac. There you find the temples to all 4 of the seasonal deities in the Ikari pantheon. That would be Aurelos, the god of spring, Rioe, the goddess of summer, Ilii, the goddess or the god of autumn, and then the one you're here to see, Izir, the goddess of winter. So as you kind of make your way into the chapel to Izir, the place is made of this kind of beautiful kind of white marble, and the interior is a bit chilly but not really cold, though it does look as though the interior has been kind of carved and set up to look like the inside of like a frost cavern, with even like some stalactites made of stone but hanging from the ceiling to make the whole place kind of feel like that. The pews and such here are very simple stone benches, roughly carved, and there does not appear to be any sort of acolyte or priest or such that is here. And it doesn't look like the temple has necessarily been cleaned in a little while. These are like some of the least of the lesser deities, so most people don't really come here. It's just like whoever the city pays to stop by from time to time and sweep the place out and make sure it doesn't become derelict. But this place mostly forgotten.
So, what can you tell me about this individual that might help me in the summoning?
Her, by herself, not much. But, and then I begin to relay like some of the information that the DM and I just went over. She barters an information. She, without lack of better terminology, can be relatively conniving. Just when you think you have the advantage over her, she may have gleaned information from you that would put her at the best shooting point. Your words are going to be incredibly important. And I say that about all of us, Fae, but those that are members of the Winter Court have a very distinct way of twisting your words and making them work out for their better. But if you should barter with her, giving her something that would give her an advantage over some of the others in the Fae Court, members of the other Archfey, might bode well for you. And being that we are currently looking for the head of Serenos, may also give her a favor with another member of the Court of Autumn. I would imagine that Serenos is not incredibly happy with the Pumpkin King, one, but also Queen Maeve, who's imprisoning him. That might be something that you can use to leverage a little bit of information.
All right.
Okay. Also, Kaelum, you can roll a religion check to see if you can glean anything.
30-20.
30-20. You don't necessarily know a whole lot about her. Just from things you've kind of heard, she is generally considered a lesser deity. People speak with her somewhat negatively and derisively, as she's got a lot to do with hardship in the preparation for trials and tribulations. Those who claim to have seen her say she is beautiful, but can be somewhat cruel, though fair in her dealings. You know that she is supposed to represent the duality of winter, the stark beauty, but also the cold, menacing, and lethality of it all. And she is thought to be the individual that carries the vestige of winter throughout the season. And so, like, the power of control over season comes to her and then gets handed off. Which leads you to believe, knowing what you know now about the Autumn Court, probably means, like, in the Winter Court, she'd probably be pretty powerful as an Archfey, especially to be revered as a goddess. You also know that she is... she knows a lot about secrets and forbidden lore. And because she's ancient, and you have heard stories of arcanists, such as yourself, who have bartered with her in much the same way they've bartered with Morgan to gain access to forbidden lore. And that apparently she contracts a very high price for such information. But yeah, that's mostly what you know. Yeah.
Would I be able to go ahead?
I was just gonna say, but with that 20, if there is like one piece of lore or question you'd want to get asked beyond that, I'll free to do so if you want. Oh, her sigils are also the snowflake and the icicle. In case I didn't tell you that.
Okay. Would it be possible for me to use my ritual to also bring Yandere into it as well, so that he would be a part of the conversation with her as well?
Well, I mean, supposedly you might be a child of Mana, so maybe you can definitely figure that out and give it a shot.
Yes.
Just beware, like Doctor Strange, went changing the spell too many times in the middle of the casting, and that didn't work out so well. Got a whole movie out of it.
Facts. So yes. As far as a certain piece of lore that I would want to know, what are some examples of high prices that she has taken for knowledge?
Well, a lot of that is just in stories.
Yeah.
It's based on stories. But you have heard some stories where they have been required to spend time, in the Feywild serving her. As part of that, one of the more common stories is like an arcanist from forever ago, who was looking for power in order to protect his kingdom and country. The Azir was willing to allow him to come and stay with her and learn, and he did indeed become a very powerful magus. But by the time he had returned, because of the weirdness that happens in time between the Feywild and such, several centuries had passed, and his kingdom was long since gone by the time he returned. And he eventually went mad, and people had to track him down and kill him. So he got the power he was looking for, but his reason for gaining that power was long since gone by the time he received it. But
Gotcha.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on what you're asking.
So, Kaelum will start to prepare the ritual.
Okay, and how would you like to prepare the ritual?
The same basic principle in the way I've done before. Certain symbols for the individual. So you said the snowflake and the icicle
are her two sigils.
Those are going to be the sigils that I put throughout the circle.
And are you attempting to do this as an ascertainment or as a commune?
I think I'm going to do a commune.
Okay.
So that's 3. So
using your special
yes.
commune slot that you have. Okay.
And before I do that, Yandere.
Yes.
There is a possibility that I am able to alter the spell to try and bring you in as well. You are much more familiar with these types of dealings. I would appreciate it if you would go in with me to try and help with this negotiation.
Sure.
Okay.
You're not going to get me shunted into some other plane, though, right? You're not going to get me killed. Or much worse.
I do not plan on it.
Expelled.
I do not plan on it. I will say, one of the times I've cast the spell, we have gone to a different plane, but we were not killed. But we also didn't use it in this manner. So I will alter the commune spell to try and include Yandere in it as well, so that we are both able to speak.
Okay. Right, and so you prepare the ritual and bring Yandere in, and then cast your communion.
You in danger, girl. Glad it's not me.
Yep. That it? You good? Any last minute things?
Nope.
Okay. Roll me a d20, please.
Any modifiers?
It will count as a spell thing, so I guess you add your Intelligence.
Spell attack, essentially.
Yeah, it's a spell check.
Okay, spell check. $24.
Okay.
Wait, why is it a +6? Oh! Jack of all trades.
Okay. So, the spell comes forth. The area around you in this, relatively warm weather that you're having, as, you guys are kind of early summer in a subtropical climate. You feel like, the AC just kicked on, and slowly but surely the temperature begins to fall a little bit beneath you. And you and Yandre suddenly feel like this gentle caress, almost like threads of cool air wrapping around you. The area around, like the temple, starts to everything turns to ice and then slowly dissipates. Almost kind of like a snowman, just kind of falling to pieces. You stand on top of a mountain inside this kind of Greek style kind of acropolis, just this large kind of flat area with a roof supported by columns. As you kind of glance around, there is this kind of oppressive cold and dark around you. As you kind of look off to like the north and east and south, you can see shimmering of this kind of winter landscape. And as you look farther to the west, you can see clouds and mist. And you think you can see in the far distance, as at the horizon, the top of like this massive tree kind of pushing up through in this kind of slight amber color. Yandre, you would recognize that as the Throne of the Fallen Leaves. So you would assume you're somewhere on the western end of the Land of Winter, probably near like the Veil of Mists or something like that. The area around you.
Do I happen, as I'm scanning, to see either like a structure that would lead me to believe it is like the headquarters of the Winter? Like, is there like a massive structure like there is the Throne of Leaves?
Yes. Just kind of to the northeast from where you guys are at, you see what looks like a giant, jagged mountain shrouded in what looks like blizzards and storms. This space you're in, the entire structure appears to have been made from solid ice and kind of radiates this cool. On the far end of the room, you see a frozen throne with this staggeringly beautiful woman kind of sitting at it. She has this kind of pale, slightly blue-tinged skin with this long, sparkling silver hair that kind of reminds you of like freshly fallen snow. And she has this beautiful kind of pale sky blue dress on. And her eyes kind of radiate this kind of moonlit color. She's just kind of regarding you, standing there.
I lean over to Kaelum and I just go, introduce yourself, but never your full name. Advise that we are here to seek information, and I will go from there.
Hello, my name is Caleb.
And I am Yandre.
We are here to seek information.
You see her kind of lean forward and kind of stand up out of her chair, start kind of walking towards you in kind of a slow, sauntering speed. Eyeing you, taking in, inspecting as she approaches. I see. It is very unusual for one to come so directly. You kind of glancing over. looking at you, Caleb. Makari. I see. To you, I would be Izir, yes?
That is correct.
Well, here they call me she who dances between the snowflakes, Frostbringer, the matron of the frozen wastes. I am a servant of Queen Mab. I maintain her borders, or at least I do during the time of winter. And then she kind of glanced over to Yandere. And you are not of this land. You are a child of autumn. Are you sure you're meant to summon me and not Iliai?
That is correct.
I see. For a child of autumn to summon one of the gatekeepers of winter, you must really need the information I have.
You really need to barter the information that you have. The necessity is almost mute at this point.
Well, the spell that your friend has bound me to does require me to answer a certain number of questions without payment. But if you want anything above and beyond, then we can discuss terms. So I suppose I should say, considering you get 3 free questions, choose them wisely.
I look over to Kaelum and I just like, I'm nodding at him just to see if I have permission to proceed forward. I'm not going to ask him a question because I do not want her to answer it.
Yeah, you don't want no technicalities.
I'll nod back and say, go ahead.
Your capital, the place where Queen Maeve resides. Where is it exactly?
She kind of regards you a little bit. She points off towards the northeast to that giant ragged spire. The Palace of Air and Darkness lies there. It is on the northeastern plains of the Frostlands. That is where she holds court, and that is where you will find her at any given time.
Is this the place where she primarily resides, or is it just an operation of business?
She rarely leaves the palace. She leaves most of the day-to-day tasks to me. I suppose you could say I am her second in command.
Give me a moment.
New information.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm gonna turn back to Calum briefly, and just kind of whisper to him, even though I know she could probably still hear me. It is
Wind carries voices.
our whole goal here is simply to find out the location. With your ability to remember and her pointing out the exact location, would you be able to provide you can provide a description, correct?
I think you're muted.
Yes, I can provide a description to try and get us near. That way we aren't teleporting directly in.
Great. Frostbringer. What is your particular proclivity towards the Dark Hunt?
Well, as I said, I am Queen Mab's #2. That said, my primary purpose is to maintain the borders and the well-functioning of this land. Her ladyship delegates quite a bit of her responsibilities to me. And I suppose the Dark Hunt is just one of the things that accompanies that. As for my feeling towards them, they are a useful tool, but I don't trust them personally, and would not mind to see them gone from my land. This whole business with Autumn is quite dangerous, especially considering we've now reached the summer, and, well, there have been a number of unfortunate developments towards that end, as I suspect you know quite well.
I do understand. And with autumn approaching, I can imagine that could be also a big burden for you in protecting your borders.
Well, yes, but more so than that. My lady may be the ruler of the realm of winter, but she mostly handles the air and darkness part. I suppose if you were to say more succinctly, she has higher concerns than the day-to-day of her realm. So, just because something might happen in her realm, it is normally up to me to handle such things, and she may not necessarily get involved.
I turn back to Kaelum. Obviously looking to see if there's another... We're outside of our 3 questions, so I'm looking at Kaelum to see if he wants me to continue asking questions or if he feels that we have enough information to move forward. And I'll quite bluntly say, I think we've obtained the information that we came to get. Are you ready to leave?
I believe I am.
Then we will leave it at that. But in turning and having more of a conversation with Kaelum, Yandre is going to say, I do believe this is an opportunity for us to alleviate some of the Dark Hunt from the Land of Winter. Should we need to revisit our conversation with the Frostbringer, I do believe it may be beneficial on both ends. And I say that very loudly, not facing her, but saying it loud enough for her to know that I am intentionally saying it for her to hear.
I definitely agree.
Frostbringer, I do appreciate your time. I know that guarding the borders and also being the second in command for the Land of Winter can be not necessarily burdensome from someone of your power and stature, but can be cumbersome at time to time. So taking an opportunity to allow us audience is greatly appreciated. And I hope that at some point we'll be able to return the favor.
Yes, I certainly hope so as well. I suppose that if I must say goodbye, then I'll leave you with another piece of information. Despite its relative name, if you wish to arrive here, I recommend traveling to Sickle Scythe Tundra. It's, well, it is quite frankly a dangerous place, but it is a place you could go if you did not wish to be seen easily by other denizens of this plane.
Do we believe her?
What'd you say, bud?
Do we believe her?
I mean, okay, one, she's an archfey of lying. But you know what? Do I pick up on not archfey of lying, but of information and hiding information? Am I able to pick up on any particular feelings of distrust, or as if she may be leading us into a trap?
You definitely sense that she's definitely leading. You can tell her words are true, but that being said, it is obvious she's leaving a lot unsaid. And that lot unsaid, as you know, could be very bad for you. The vibe you get is more amused than anything else. So it doesn't necessarily feel like a trap so much as
She might be playing with her food a little bit.
playing with her food a little bit.
I get the vibe of what Caleb's trying to pick up, and I was like, it's probably in our best interest to continue the rest of the conversation elsewhere. Say your adieus and thank yous.
I'll turn back to her. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. And then I'll start to unravel the spell to come back.
Okay. You guys are kind of accosted by a sudden blizzard that quickly kind of wraps around you, kind of like a snow globe, and then dissipates. And you arrive, or I guess return mentally, to the Chapel of Izir in the Moon Gardens.
You were able to get a good look at the castle, correct?
Yes.
Great. We'll need that information to be able to provide a good description. Should we decide that we want to go directly to the castle, I do think the sickle-type tundra, though she led towards it being dangerous, I get a feeling that she would be more amused to see us survive it than to not. And if she has given us any information about being able to hide our presence, I think we should take it.
All right.
We talked to her, and I look at Izal and Kelmek and Bored.
How much time passed?
It was like a 1-to-1, so they were gone maybe 10 minutes or so.
Oh. Like physically gone or just they spaced out?
It's spaced out.
Okay.
It looks like y'all had a fun time.
Fucking cold.
That's why
Yeah.
you were shivering?
Caleb's lips are blue.
I thought y'all had a seizure.
And you did nothing to wake us up.
No, because it's a vision. Weird things like that happen. You have to wait it out.
Sure.
I will say,
I did not have the
Was not
seizure
expecting-
mentality. No.
They still had a pulse, though. That's why we didn't wake them up.
I was not expecting her to be the second in command.
Wait, did we
I thought we were.
talk to the second in command?
Yes. Crossbringer, or Izir, happens to be the one that handles a lot of Queen Maeve's business, should she not be around.
Yeah, and that I found that to be very surprising. But
So we just talked to the secretary of the person that you don't like.
Correct. We have a common interest. at
So-
least based off of the information that was provided. She's not particularly fond of the Dark Hunt, which means that she has some sort of advantage with getting rid of it. And the best way to get rid of it is to reunite the power back to where it belongs.
Well, as long as you feel like our plan is not compromised in any fashion, I trust you.
Well, I can't guarantee that.
So should I not trust you?
It's not me that you have to worry about trusting. It's her. But she seems to be one of sport. One who cares more about entertainment in her land than she does necessarily its function. I guess I
So
can
she's-
correct myself. She gave us an opportunity to maintain our
Anonymity?
Anonymity.
Anemone.
Anonymity.
Oh boy.
But
And I don't believe that she did it out of any form of malice.
well, in that case, we need to be prepared for some unexpected twist. If we're such form of entertainment, she might, well, take us for a bit of a ride.
For sure. That is almost 100% certain. And to be fair, looking at everybody, I was like, we are not prepared very well for the environment that we're getting ready to go into.
Hmm?
We should probably find some winter clothes or something to keep us warm while we're traversing the land of winter. Caleb had an opportunity to see a little bit of it, and this was my first time engaging with it, and it is not a hospitable place. We are in for quite a journey.
Caleb, at the current moment, is just rifling through his backpack right now, searching for something.
Well, new clothes never looked bad on me, so I guess I can be a little excited for the moment.
Should we possibly wait a little bit just to see if we were talking to the second in command kind of thing, if they were to rat us out, it'd be a pretty quick turnaround as far as trying to assault us. Should we just wait to see if they hold back on that information?
Did I ever tell you how I became a sentinel?
You're a what?
When we were in the Feywild, those secret meetings, the conversations that I was having, and the people who gave us refuge, they are a band or a organization named the Sentinels, Sundown Sentinels specifically. Did I ever tell you how I ever became a part of that?
No. You talking about the horse person?
Him and people we stayed with. You never had an opportunity to meet Carrion, which, to be fair, not many people do. But yes,
I would assume you would, and don't take this the wrong way, Andre, but you're being very calculated with your words. I would assume you already know that we don't know this information.
yes, you're learning quite a bit.
I am still confused consistently, but please continue.
I was an information broker. I helped track information between locations to keep our organization afloat. I have this weird sense of being able to detect if people are lying, or just reading them to a point of understanding their intention just a little bit. it was a great way to get information and a great way and a great tell for those who were trying to sidestep our mission. I'm a firm belief that she does not intend our harm, and she would like us to work together to resolve a specific issue that she is having in her lands and as well as ours. Now, is she going to make it easy? Absolutely not. But is she going to guide us to a path that may allow us to succeed? Yes.
So when are we going shopping?
At that point, Kaelum will say, "Ah!" And he has the book that all gave him a while back, and looking through the spells. And well, I knew I had a spell for this. A spell called Endure Elements. It is a spell that will help prevent you from getting cold or hot. So you would be able to survive negative temperatures all the way up to extreme heats and not be affected by it at all.
And how long that?
24 hours initially, but I also have the ability to try and make it permanent.
And how does that affect you?
Being able, go ahead.
I know that you mentioned this before because you were making a weapon for Izal, and you were using that ability to make it permanent, but you never explained how it works or what cost it may cost you to do that. Because what's going to end up happening is you'll have to do that for 5 people, and I don't understand this particular spell, so I don't know what that means to you. Are you going to exhaust all of your abilities to make it permanent? Are you going to use a lot of spells, which may be important to us as we traverse this new area? Is it going to cost us to have to rest? You've given me virtually no information on how making things permanent impacts you and your well-being.
So, with the way the spell works, I would have to cast it on 5 people, and then there is a component cost of gold. I would just have to go get certain things to try and make it permanent, and it varies based off of the spell. But considering the circle of the spell is only 1, I don't foresee it being very expensive. I will have to rest after making it permanent on each one of them, because I would have to exhaust a 5th circle spell to make it permanent. And once I do that, each one of us would then be able to endure the elements, unless it is dispelled. If it is dispelled, that is going to be an issue. But I think we should still dress for it and use this spell as well as a secondary combination. But yes, I would need to rest before I do this, before I complete everything.
So we would need 5 days.
At the
No,
moment.
I can do it all in one day.
You could do all 5 in one day.
Yes. Let me double check.
How many 5th circle
Yeah, how many
spells can you
spell
use?
slots? Yeah, that's where I'm confused, and that's
Well, I can use it. I can use the 5th circle spell twice, and then I can use my 6th level spell to cast it as well. I would actually only need 2 days. Because I can use a 6th as a 5th, and then I can
Arcane recovery.
use my arcane recovery to get a 5th. So I'd be able to do 4 in one day, and then the next one for that.
So the shortest time we can do it is 1 day, with one person still being non-endured.
Yes.
I'm fairly resistant to cold from up where it's fairly harsh up north.
Yeah.
Like, push comes to shove, you can get 4 of them down, then I would be the last option. That's what I prefer, at least.
Well, also, since we are in the capital, Master Valerian could do this as well.
Well, we should ask Master Flurry before we just decide he's going to cast the spell.
I don't know how magic works, so okay.
Yes, that is fair, but that is a possibility.
And we also need to talk to Godwin about teleporting us back to the Feywild. Also need to figure out our way of returning, because if that's the case, the last time Godwin came with us. Are we planning on purchasing a squirrel to get us? A squirrel.
I was like, you said
Are we
squirrel?
planning on squirrel?
You must find a
Purchasing
squirrel.
a scroll to get
Hey,
us back?
there's probably a fairy squirrel somewhere, like a Maiden of Ratatoska.
Don't tell
kind of
Momo.
Scenario.
It's otters that my memory
He's
is
got,
bad.
like, red-backed squirrels are also dangerous.
Fair. Are we purchasing a scroll to get us back, or are we expecting another person to accompany us? The least amount of people, the more preferred. He's dealing with a child right now.
So yes, shortest amount of time would require Master Valerian for 1 day, but in terms of me being able to do it, we could do it on the 2nd day, and I would lose 1 5th level spell.
And getting back, how?
We were planning on buying a scroll to be able to come back, and also get the
Tuning fork.
tuning fork.
So we need
Okay.
tuning fork from Godwin, teleportation from Godwin, or your father. We also need a scroll of returning, and we need clothes.
Yes, definitely.
Should we talk to Godwin now?
Well, that would be the next operative place. Unless you know there are specific clothing areas that we can stop by before on the way to Godwin.
I don't know any of the shopping areas around here. Volred and his sister usually do shopping around here, right?
Yes, plus all the shopping that's underneath the adventures thing, like over right by.
So
So maybe Volred should take us to some of the shopping locations that they are familiar with.
Fine if I must. There's approximately 5 places I know where we could get the desired threads, and no, I don't remember any of their names, but I can lead you there.
are they any on the way to Godwin's?
Actually,
2.
several. There'll be the more expensive place. Because you
What-
guys are in the Moon Gardens up in the ritzy part of town.
I mean, do you think we're thrifting for this?
I want to go to the
I know
secondhand store.
Bolred isn't, but I
We
can't
just
speak for
picked
the
it
rest
up.
of your party.
Is all, we just divvied up plenty of money, and to be honest, when trekking to cold weather, you really do need to make sure that you're getting sufficient coverage. You don't want bad clothing in the cold. If it fails, you die. So, trust me.
I grew up on a mountain.
I don't know what this has to do with anything I just said.
Send me to your finest fashionista. Let's go.
Well, they're really not the finest here, but okay, yes.
Like, no, I want your finest you've ever seen here. Let's go into the capital. We're dropping some cash.
Well, that's easy.
Oh,
I don't.
muting is not good enough for you guys. Oh, because it unmuted. I guess it's already been 3 hours since I muted it. Okay, so
You gotta mute it until unmuted. That's what you have to do. That's what I've done.
Mute it! Mute it with fire! Mute it with fire!
Oh god.
No, that was partially my fault because I was jumping back and forth between like DMs and stuff and accidentally clicked on it. I was like, oh god, no, why would I?
You just see a story
Not-
of memes
Not
going
safe
by.
for work. Not safe for children. Our
Not
stream
safe
may
for
not be
anybody.
rated 18 plus, but our campaign thread.
We know how to keep it separated.
Our campaign
Barely.
says NC-17.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's outlawed in approximately like 40 countries.
Yeah. So,
Lead the way, Volred.
yep, you guys can go and find some nice high-end winter threads.
Should we get them in the
We only
same
need to go to one
style?
place.
Yeah, you can get them in the same style. The only thing that's kind of weird is, like, some cases you're going to have to do some alterations and stuff because people are looking at you like, guys, it's like...
They had to pull out the winter clothes to show us their stock of winter clothes. Like,
Yeah.
even though it's summer.
It's like, and besides, it's like we're tailors. Like we don't make just like off the shelf shit, right? We have some blanks, and then we can do some final tailoring once we get your measurements, once we get your digits.
36,
easy
36, 36.
Only if she's 6'11".
So, yeah, you guys are horrible people.
No, it's just me.
No, it's all of us.
I'm not on there right now.
Yeah, the only thing is,
We encourage it.
it doesn't really say how much like cold weather outfit would be.
Winter. Look for winter.
Yeah, I want the aesthetic to be kind of like Brooks Brothers without the like far right vibes.
So we'll just say it's double the cost. So if you're wanting something fairly standard, it costs you a gold piece for an outfit.
Oh, okay.
If you're wanting
don't
something
say.
like really rugged, like meant for outdoor travel, you're gonna go climb a mountain in this. That's like 4 gold.
Okay.
If you're wanting to look like royalty while you climb the mountain, that would be 30 gold.
No, it'll be 20 because I'll negotiate it down.
Okay, you might
The
want
rest
to
of
dress
you
like
can do it.
Elton John, but you are not Elton John.
Do you want me to roll for negotiation?
No, they'll agree to 25.
Oh, I just did my persuasion roll. It was 19. I obviously persuaded them.
You were persuasive and said, look, we can't give you a 30% discount. We'll sell 25 gold, but only because you brought the other people here and we're getting money off them too.
What a stingy business. I agree, but that doesn't mean they all have to buy the expensive wardrobe. They can buy what they want.
You're still getting a 20% discount.
I know, I'm deducting it right now from my funds.
I need something rugged but somewhat stylish, but fits our dark blue and starred fancy outfit. I need something in those type of color schemes.
But you want it to be like rugged though.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we'll just do it based off the traveler's clothes. That's 4 gold.
Yay.
Hooray! Okay. So you guys have done shopping for clothing. Anything else you guys wanted to do?
I'm good.
Okay. So, then you guys going to return to Sweet Nut Manor?
Thought we were going to Godwin's.
Are you going to Goblins now? Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, so, you head into the Adventurer's Quarter, and then head to Godwin's, and find the place closed. The lights are all off, the alarm is set, and then it dawns on you guys, you told him to GTFO out of town for a few days. Yeah. And wait for the all clear, which you guys have yet to send. So,
We just talked to him a few moments ago. He did.
yeah, but you didn't tell him everything was good. Well, yeah, like literally, like yesterday, you guys were like, "Hey, there might be someone hunting for us. You might want to lay low for a little while."
He said he
And
had
so
all the
apparently-
wards on his place already.
He took your advice seriously.
Whatever. What's the weight of these clothes, you would say?
We'll keep them, I guess, like the same weight. So the travelers would be 4 pounds.
Alright.
Yeah, they're just more expensive because they've got fluff and other
Gotcha.
layers. And
I was
stuff, but
making
doesn't
an item
necessarily
for it.
make them more heavy.
Oh, I actually have to manage my inventory?
Yeah.
I don't even know. The amount of gold and
Though,
coins you're wearing
technic-
now, or you are super over encumbered if you're carrying that stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he is. But I think like everyone gets over encumbered because everyone just throws shit in their backpack, not realizing that like their backpack only holds like 30 pounds.
I mean,
All right. So since we went to go see Godwin and he's not there, is there any other magic shop or something around that I can go visit?
Yes. Godwin's shop isn't actually a magic shop. He's a sage.
Yeah.
But yes, there is like a guild affiliated shop for magic casters. You know, get parchment paper, spell components, that kind of thing. But yes, you can find a place like that. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
I was going to see about the scroll for getting us back,
Oh, okay.
and then I want a bag of holding, and I want to see if they have anything interesting in terms of. Actually, I'm not going to do that right now. I'll just ask about the bag of holding and the scroll.
Let's see here. The shop will notify you they do have some of that stuff in stock. The bag of holding they can sell to you. They would charge you 700 gold for it. And then the spell scroll is like a very rare item, so they charge an excessive amount of money for it. But said that if instead you want to just copy it to your spell book, that would be cheaper.
Unfortunately, I can't do that. Well, actually, wait. What level is the
Plane shift. I think it's
Yeah,
7.
I think it's like 6, 7.
7.
1 away. You're 2 levels away from
No,
being
I
that.
can't. Well, not
No, you're even farther than that. You're multi-class.
I can't learn. Yeah, I can't learn 6th-level spells, so I'm still farther behind.
Very well. Well, if you absolutely must buy it, that would that particular one doesn't come around too often, so they could let it go for 12,000 gold.
Okay, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I would
What's
rather
that
wait
rich
a week.
boy?
Nothing. I did anything.
I would rather wait a week and have my father give it to me.
Take off my glasses for that one.
So,
That's
I
really
appreciate
not that a whole lot of money compared to what you guys have.
Hey,
No, it's not. But I
Like,
also I
Caleb
would drain
got,
half of my
Caleb's
gold.
got. Well, yeah. I mean, that would take most all of your gold that you have on your person.
oh, like
Yes.
he's spent money on things. This is about Yandere,
Well, I mean,
okay?
He has spent like the first 60% of this campaign broke all the time. So
Yes.
Same.
So I will buy the bag of holding. So then once we get back to the sanctum, I can put my gold actually in it. So I actually have money on me. Will be reduce that. I'm giving. Yeah. Said 700.
Yep. Which is a little expensive for an
Because I think it's like base 500.
Yeah, but it's just they're so valuable. You know, they can charge a stupid amount of money and people will still pay it.
Yeah, so I'm going to. In that case, I'll head out from that. I'll do shopping maybe later if we have time. But I'm not going to have you do an entire shop for that right
Gotcha.
now. But yeah, I'll head back to the group. Wherever they decided to go.
We were going to
I don't know that
Godwin's, and then so someone needs to send a message to Godwin because I can't do that. I can only do it to Maldrazath.
Alright, so I will send a message to Godwin. Looks like the threat that we thought was coming after us doesn't have our scent right now. So
Did you say comma?
I was about to.
Architect.
Fucking
Yes,
punctuation.
I was in the mental
Dictation.
architect.
Space.
So you can head back whenever we are in town.
Exclamation point.
Dot.
Yeah, and then
Jace Burner.
Goblin comes back in. He's like, "But so, are you saying that I can head back when you get in town, or that I can head back and then also letting me know that you are in town?"
God damn it, Godwin. He always does this.
I'll head back to the shop. Let me know if I'm in any danger or if I have to wait. Let me know if I need to wait.
So, he could cast Sending too. For clarification.
Yes, but then that doesn't take away from your party's resources.
For our talent spelunking.
So I will not respond since he's saying he's coming back, and we'll chill outside of his abode.
Just hang out outside the spiral shop, because it's like a staircase of like different levels of stuff.
Yeah.
Keep knocking until he answers.
We're below the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Well, if I wait, and I'm gonna go talk to my girlfriend.
Fair enough. And yeah, it's like that's pretty good because it takes about a half hour or so before Godwin kind of shows up with some stuff. Just kind of looking at you guys waiting outside his door. Like, welcome. Apologies, I didn't know you would be over so quickly. And he kind of goes, pulls out some keys and starts unlocking the shop. Well, it's good to hear that there's the all clear.
Yeah, I should have been more clear. But yes, as we're walking inside, I will explain the situation that I think that they are just doing raids to see if they can suss something out. They don't actually know where we are.
Well,
from our understanding.
That's certainly good news. Starts kind of setting his stuff down a little bit. But, well, I suppose if you're here, you must need something.
Yes. Like Yandere was saying, we're needing a way to get to the winter side of the Feywild. And we were hoping that you might.
Awfully dangerous place.
Yes. But we were hoping to try and see if we can take something from that side of things that we need. And with the Dark Hunt being sent like they have been, time is sort of the essence.
Well, yes, I suppose that is quite unfortunate. I suppose I could make an effort to take you there. However, I must say that that's certainly not really a service I typically provide adventurers, given the shall we say, danger involved, especially considering I know absolutely nothing, really, about the Plane of Winter. I would have to do some study in that regard. Alternatively, I could perhaps... Well, I know of an artifact I might be able to get my hands on, but... while it would most certainly be useful in your respect, it lacks, shall we say, precision with its landing.
What do you mean? What artifact would you be able to get?
A conjurer friend of mine has an amulet that allows you to essentially create an effect similar to a plane shift. It requires a bit of arcane knowledge to work correctly, as it's got some settings that have to be adjusted. And it is quite incumbent that the settings be programmed correctly, because once the amulet is activated, the effect is sure So if it is set incorrectly, you run into the position where you might end up teleporting off target.
Alright.
And considering you're traveling into another plane, especially if you're talking a place like the elemental plane of air, that can be very bad.
Very true. What would it cost to be able to get a hold of this artifact?
Well, artifacts such as these are not very common, but I believe I might be able to get a hold of it for 15,000 gold. But I suppose the benefit there is if you do acquire the artifact, well then you could sensually use it quite frequently.
Look at the others. What do you guys think about purchasing that?
Is there some form of training to use it correctly?
Not really. It doesn't even especially... well, let's just say the mechanism can be somewhat complicated, so someone with a suitable intelligence would be needed to work it. It's kind of like a puzzle in that regard. But the benefit is that the person who uses it need not be a spellcaster themselves. And quite frankly, there isn't even really a limit to the number of times you can use it. But as I said, it comes with the unfortunate issue where if the settings are not placed correctly, it could be an issue.
How long would it take you to get this, to get such an item?
It might take a little bit of wheeling and dealing. Less time, I believe, if I have the amount requested in liquid capital. As you know, cash is king. So the saying goes.
So I look to the others. I would say buying a scroll outright would be a little bit more expensive than this item by itself. And that is a one-use item.
Yes.
So, in that regard, this is a bargain.
Indeed. Though the plane shift spell scroll does carry a bit less risk. But
Yes.
I suppose you're right, especially if you plan on utilizing multiple plane shift type spells. It would work.
If you mess up on the scroll, what happens?
Well, there's a chance with me reading a scroll that I don't have sufficient level to cast that I fail.
And then we're just kind of
With that,
stuck.
the spell would go away. It is a small chance, but there is a chance.
Do we know anything about this puzzle box? What happens if you align things incorrectly?
You may well end up in a different part of the same plane. Or worse off, you could travel to a completely random plane of existence. Just kind of depends on how the settings were done. So as I said, it carries more risk, but it is a better value proposition. But
I think it's a good idea.
If it takes someone
But-
with an intelligence to solve the puzzle then in order to get it aligned, then we gotta trust Kaelum on either the scroll casting or the puzzle, either way.
Yeah.
I think technically speaking, Kalen's got a better shot of casting the spell scroll correctly.
Well, I would have with the spell scroll, I would have a plus 13 to 16.
A spell scroll requires a spell check, so it's your intelligence plus your anything else.
I thought it was Arcana.
Nope, it's not Arcana.
Okay, then I would have a plus 6.
So it would
And
say
then-
And the
50
amulet
it's-
is just an intelligence, so it's a +4.
Plus 6. Or
any
Jack of all trades,
any check
plus-
lets him at it, so it's 50-50 either way essentially, because you need a DC 17.
well, what's the DC on the
The scroll is
amulet?
17.
Yeah, but what's the amulet that he said?
Well, it's 15 OOC.
15, so it'd still be less. That's just talking out of character. I suggest going with the amulet anyways.
I would assume a wizard would know how hard it is to cast a spell scroll they are not familiar with.
Yes.
Right.
So even if I do fail the amulet, I could still try again.
Or send us somewhere else.
Yes. So
I like, in the event that Kaelum fucks up on the puzzle and makes it so we're somewhere we shouldn't be, we're not where we are currently, so that's usually better in the situation. And I think we can handle ourselves long enough for Kaelum to figure it out. I would say the reusable use option, because we don't know if this is the last time we got to go to the Feywild.
or any other plane.
Yeah, or maybe once the campaign's over, maybe Yandra's gonna want to come and spend some vacation with you guys from time to time.
Or any other wilds.
Or other wilds.
Felicity Wilds.
You guys were talking about the elemental plane of Shadow, the Shadowfell. You guys might want to go there.
Who said that?
I didn't hear wild in that.
Shadow Wild.
Van Wilder.
Van Wilds. The Van
That movie.
Wilds. Oh my god.
God.
I would say, Kaelin, your best bet would be the one that's not the one-shot go.
Yeah.
YOLO.
And you said it was 15,000?
Yep.
For this one item.
Yeah.
I don't know, market price would be only 12,000.
No. 15,000 is pretty low for this item.
I don't know.
Kaelin, I'll spot you 3.
It's not a lot of money, but I have a family to protect now, so I'm sorry, Caleb.
So you don't want to protect the family by stopping the threat?
Oh, but they're with Valerian right now, so they're fine.
Which is entirely dependent on Kaelin.
I don't know how to respond, so I won't.
Caleb won't front 12,000 for this.
Well, no, I'll spot you 3. To get you down to 9,000. Kelmec's not here, so he'll spot you his 3.
He ain't gonna use it.
The sad truth is, he's not gonna watch the thing.
He
so
doesn't
you could
know.
Probably take 3K out of his gold, and they wouldn't even notice.
He doesn't know he's got 3.
Oh, but let's not be assholes.
Well, wasn't he not here when we got the money?
He wasn't.
He was here last session, and I told him to split.
Well, if
See,
the
this
rest
is
of the
why
party
I, sit
is
here, I always
splitting,
get curious why you guys never have party funds. For shit
Well,
like this.
The issue is we would need to have somebody responsible of the party funds.
It's because we have a wizard, Eric. We have a wizard.
Honestly,
why.
that's the biggest thing. We've been.
The party funds always go to the wizard, so we don't even bother.
He already owes me 1,000 gold.
I already gave you that back.
He owes me a life debt.
Interest.
No!
Interest.
I'll give you 3,001.
I'll throw in 2 more, because I had to refuse to let him outdo me.
You still have to front 6K. Because we're not making
5,997.
There you
Alright, I will front that.
go.
Okay.
And we're actually going through it. I'm
Yeah,
doing
and so
it.
Gotham's just sitting, and you're like, okay, and you guys just start pulling out like handfuls of coins, and it's like, oh my god.
We killed a dragon. It was weird.
Yeah.
I don't even have that on me liquid, technically, I don't think.
I'm the only one who could probably carry all of their money on them.
Oh no, I put other stuff back in the main location so I could carry this money.
Yeah.
You are
so
nothing but money.
I am.
I have uncut gems.
Uncut gems.
Uncut gems.
That's a good point. I might want to use my gems instead.
Oh yeah. That's even better. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, he'll get his
How
money.
about this? Yeah, I attempt to sweet talk Godwin to let him give it to us on a short-term debt to be paid within a very short period of
Godwin
time.
is not selling you this. He is acting as a broker
Yes.
between you
But-
and a friend of his, and says,
Oh.
hey, if I'm the one negotiating this,
Listen,
I think I can get it for 12.
listen though. We still are buying it from him. Even if he's the intermediary, it is still going through him. And I
And
am
the price
trying
just
to...
dropped 3,000.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. 15.
It
But
went from 50
12
to
is for the
12.
scroll.
Oh no.
Get in my numbers.
You can't make
Where
those
will I
slips,
ever-
Eric. Be careful.
Where will we ever find 1,200 gold? Am I right?
12,000.
So Godwin is getting 1,200 gold pieces worth of gems from Yandere, and then 1,800 gold pieces.
I have 1210 in gems.
Holy shit. Volred still has frag grenades.
Oh yeah.
Back in Brutalitas. Oh no.
Listen, those could be handy one of these days.
Yeah, I know. You just never used them. And now it's like, oh god, you still have?
I do. I still have that signet ring.
We also have a
But do
platinum
I?
bar.
Okay,
And
that's fair.
500 gold worth of assorted gems.
So I'm doing 279 platinum, 2 gold pieces, and 1,210 gold in gems.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Listen, Godwin can front. We fucking took him to the Feywild and got his shit and left him on terms that are flexible. He can front us a couple of grand in gold.
I don't think he can.
That's all I'm saying. Well, he should try harder.
Delete all these gems.
Okay,
from
so you guys are gonna pass over gold, and then he's gonna try and broker this deal for you guys.
Yeah. Let us know when you hear something.
Yes, of course. I should be able to hear sometime on the morrow.
And we never hear from him again.
Yep, he's walking down the street. Someone shot him in the face and made off with all the loot.
15,000 gold in gems and coin.
Okay. So, anything else you guys need to do?
Well, we're back home. Where's your family staying at, Volred? It's been a few days.
They're fine.
Should we go
Remember
say?
Master Falarion came and got them?
I mean, he didn't mention that when we left there, so.
So, I'm good to go.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and call it here for tonight, but does anyone have anything that they need to do before we wrap it up?
Man, I got a lot of money still on me. Not used to being rich.
Yeah, well,
It's so exhausting.
you're still reeling from Keldor.
It's like, what? I should be spending this on something, right? How many days until the next full moon?
Let us see.
Pulling up my notes.
Let's see. 40. Bullet is sleeping? Exclamation mark. So 37. So it looks like you guys have got. It would be the 37th through the 40th, and it is presently the 28th.
And we're about to be back in the Feywild, so we may just miss that
Just
again.
Pop right there, where it's immediately the full moon. On
Keep pushing the reset on
Feywild.
the time bomb.
Just put in this code right before the
You guys
time.
will be there in the final battle, and all of a sudden he's all like, "Oh my god!"
Like, why didn't you warn us? Because I didn't fucking know anymore.
And yep, turns
My sundial
full-on
is off.
lycanthrope in the middle of the final battle, and now becomes an enemy. What a way to wrap up the campaign, guys!
It was me all along.
That would be fun.
Yeah,
Because of
turns out
bad
Izal
calendar
was the
management.
BBEG.
Because of bad calendar managing. That's why. 18th day of the second seed, 28 days away, was my last note for this. Is that correct, Eric?
So yes, currently the 28th day of the second seed, and then the next full moon cycle starts on the 37th and ends on the 40th.
40th, correct. So that was 25 days away, back on the 28th day.
It's still 10 days away right now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, pretty much 10 days away.
Okay.
You'll probably start feeling something here in about a week.
Nah, we'll be in another Feywild thing for that. I mean, it's another 30 days. Let's set up some projects to happen while we're gone. We can just speed run that time
True,
frame.
next thing you know, you guys could be coming back in like 3 years.
Oh, no.
It's possible. That's happened.
That's true.
I need some kind of magic item. But Godwin's been real stingy lately, and I don't want to ask him for it. Kaelum, where do you get stuff?
I can show you.
Okay, but I don't need like spell components or spell scrolls because I don't know how to do that.
Well, the place that I go to sells other stuff as well.
Okay, I need like a way of talking to people. So I've put sending stones. Like I got this for Maldrazath. I wonder if I can get one of these for like someone else.
Yeah, you can see. They'll probably have that.
All right. Lead the way.
You're I can lead the way.
Y'all coming?
No,
Where y'all gonna go?
to bed.
You don't sleep.
Yeah, you're not allowed to sleep anymore.
Well, I'm not sleeping, but I can still trance while laying down, okay? It's more
Accidentally fall
comfortable.
asleep. Fucker.
Oh shit! I took a
We've
melatonin.
been over this.
Well, we'll carry the rest of the shopping like in between sessions, I guess.
Okay.
That's what I was planning on doing.
Yeah. And so I guess you, me, and Caleb will just have to get together and figure out what Esau's going to buy and what's available. But yes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, do we have Jason with Jace this Thursday?
Maybe.
Feels like it's been a while since we've had
Because
that.
that's tomorrow, and that's short notice. I don't really know if it
Oh,
fits.
that's true. Because
'Cause it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba.
Can't do
And
it.
I feel like everyone's kind of busy. I don't want to throw them on them. So probably
Okay,
not.
well then, okay.
I did
But
plan on it, but like I don't want to
next
say,
week
hey,
we
tomorrow,
are
guys.
back to our regular Tuesday schedule. So we'll be back on Tuesday the 2nd.
Yeah.
The new year.
Yes, it'll be the new year. And that will be yet another year that we've been playing this game in.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Heading into that
It just goes
third
on
year.
and on and on and on.
I am okay with it.
Listen, if this goes to 2025, just kill me. I'm out.
I was an aristocrat. I was poor.
Yeah, we tried
I
that
became an
once.
aristocrat again. I am poor
Came
again.
back.
I am done.
Yeah.
I want Volred to be an NPC in like 5 future campaigns. Because he's too young right now. He needs to like, survive for a long time.
Yeah, he's pretty young.
Yeah.
Progressively
Problem is,
crotchety.
like, Volred's not really a migratory type individual, you know? He kind of sticks to one place, and you
Yeah.
guys just kind of drag him places. So,
That's fair.
So find a
but
way
maybe
to work him
he'll
in.
come back if we do another campaign in Athoria sometime.
Trade negotiations are important.
I negotiate ending the session.
Good point.
Well, you gotta roll me a persuasion check.
Goodbye.
What was that 19 from earlier?
Okay. Well, you
okay.
successfully persuaded it into...
Good night, everyone. See you next Tuesday.
Night.
See you next year.
Never
Good
know.
night.
Oh yeah, see you next year. Yes.
Goodbye.